All right. Slow we are around 1 and 2. Jacob Martin on the pole. 42Z on the outside. Lights are out. Green flag. Heat race number 1 underway. Martin on the inside, the 42Z on the outside. A 42Z with a good run right through the middle of the racetrack. Rowdy Day down on the bottom side. Down in the dust. Brandon Guerin wasting no time to get down to the bottom side and gets by the 1 star around. Jacob Martin gonna keep it rolling. Let's keep it clean and green. Jacob Martin, no can do. Caution. 1 lap, 1 caution in heat race number 1. Brandon Guerin wasted no time from that second row starting spot to get up into the front row, into the front of the pack. The 42Z of Zane Goff. I believe we're going to send the 1 star off. Single car caution. They say we got 1 down. It's going to be Brandon Guerin out on the front row. The 42 of Zane Goff. 20 of Rowdy Day on the outside. Lights are going out. Lights are out. Now, once the lights go out here at Heart of Texas Speedway, the drivers can take off at any point once the light goes out, all the way coming out of 4. And that's what Brandon Guerin's going to do, make them wait. Brandon Guerin jumping to the top side. Rowdy Day down on the bottom side. Rowdy Day, multiple feature winners from Outlaw Modifieds to Sport Mods, Iron Sage Sport Mods. Brandon Guerin, Rowdy Day, the 42 of Zane Goff, Kelly Williams. 3 wide down the back straightaway. I don't know if that's going to work. Somebody's going to have to pick up and lift just a little bit. Little love tap in the shorts. Let them gather it up and back to racing. Brandon Guerin, Rowdy Day, 42Z of Zane Goff, 89 of Williams will be your top 4. Top 3 will transfer. The rest will go to the B main. Track seems to be around the top side now. Very hard to race on this racetrack in the bright daylight. It does not hold the moisture well, and with the wind blowing 27 miles an hour or more, and the sunshine, it's going to be very difficult to keep any kind of moisture in the racetrack. We're going to see a black, slick track by the end of the night. Brandon Guerin up on the top side. 2 laps to go, 6 down and 2 to go in the books. White flag is out. Oh, we got 1 around. The 89 Williams. Caution. Caution on the racetrack. Not sure if Williams had a little help around there or not. He might have. Going to be Brandon Guerin out front, Rowdy Day on the bottom side, and Zane Goff on the top side in the 4 car. Actually, the 1 car, my bad. Beautiful Sunday afternoon here at Heart of Texas Speedway. Don't forget, plenty of souvenirs down in the souvenir stand. You can also go down and see Nikki Webb down by the Wall of Fame area and pick up your All-Star Tour goods, t-shirts, hoodies. I'm not sure what all she has down there. Plenty of hot food and cold drinks. Here we go, back to green flag racing, 7 down. It'll be a green-white checker for Brandon Guerin. 12 of Brandon Guerin, 20 a Rowdy Day. The top side to 42 is Zane Goff. Drag race down the back straightaway for that second position. Again, all three drivers do qualify. A little slider there by Rowdy Day. Crossover by Zane Goff. Good race for second position. Brandon Guerin, your points leader. Checkered flag, heat race winner, number 1. Going to be Brandon Guerin, Rowdy Day, Zane Goff will be your top 3. They will all transfer into the A main. The rest will go to the B main. Heat race number 2 rolling out on the racetrack. Caleb Emerson in the 35 machine on the inside pole. Outside, 5X, Michael Dabney. Inside, row number 2, the 2H, Dustin Hector, and the outside of 17 of Jeff Shepard. Inside, row number 3, the 13H of Andy Juicy and the Hulsey, outside the 71 of Dustin Garrett. Inside, row number 4, the 12K of Colton Kill and the outside of 5S, Blaine Smith. Shotgun on the field be the 91 of Jack Lewis. Lights are out on the back straightaway. Caleb Emerson, Michael Dabney. Emerson down on the bottom side, Dabney up on the top side. Dabney with a run down the back straightaway, way up against the wall. Shepard in the 17 machine, a pretty new machine, I believe second night out in that 17. Dabney, multiple feature winners here this year already in your IMCA Southern Sport Mods. It's going to be Dabney, Emerson, Shepard will be your top 3. Oh, we got one around. The 71, Dustin Garrett, keeps it rolling. Dustin knows if we got a caution, you got to go off, so let's keep it going. Good job, Dustin. It's a Stairs old car there. Michael Dabney, 17 of Shepard now up in the second position, the 35 of Emerson. 3 laps down, 5 laps to go this time. Dabney getting up into the lap traffic now of the 71 of Dustin Garrett. Let's see if he can maneuver his way through there. Going to cross it under, try to drive underneath him. Michael Dabney, followed by Jeff Shepard. Caleb Emerson is your top 3. 2 laps. Here comes a white flag. Michael Dabney, Shepard, Emerson will be your top 3. Dabney now trying to maneuver his way through. We got a spinner in front of the leader. Oh, we kept it going. Checkered flag is out. Watch out, drivers. There's one in the middle of 3 and 4. It's going to be Dabney, Shepard, and Emerson will be your top 3 for heat race number 2. Heat race number 3 rolling out on the track now. The P1 of Paul White. That was Paul White out there earlier. Mr. Jim and I was asking if that was Paul White in the P1. And now on the outside, the 51, James Kelly. Inside row number 2, the 4 of Boone Evans. And the outside, the 717 of G.W. Egbert. Inside row number 3, 601, Trevor Cockburn. Rookie got his first feature win here last week. I missed that. Congrats to Trevor in the 601, and the outside, Trevor Stormer in the 5G. Inside, the 37 of John Reed Jr., and the outside of 2 of Aaron Patterson. Paul White, James Kelly down the front straightaway. Good to see the white boy back out here. See if he can remember how to drive a Sport Mod. Been a long time since I've seen him behind the wheel of Limited. Won a lot of USAC races. Some asphalt races, some midget races, lots of modified races. There's Miss Brenda Dancer down in the front row. Hi, Brenda. Here we go. Paul White out front, followed by the 4 of Boone Evans and the 717 of GW, but Trevor Egbert putting some pressure on Trevor. Trevor gonna try a hole shot slider. Got to give a little more room than that, drivers. 37, John Reed Jr. now getting up to GW Egbert. It's going to be the P1 of Paul White, the 4 of Boone Evans, 601 of Trevor Cogburn. The 37 of John Reed Jr. has set his sights on the 601. Now going to try the same maneuver. Doesn't have quite the momentum to drive it down in like Trevor did. Oh, GW Egbert around on his own. You don't see that happen with GW very often. Caution on the Speedway. Caution. 717 on his own. Had a question about the Southern Sport Mods. Brandon Guerin is your point leader. Dean Abbey is in second, 3 points behind. Michael Dabney in third, 7 points behind. John Reed Jr. tied with Michael Dabney at 7 points. And then Chad Reed with 36 points behind. So the top 4 are all within 7 points of each other in this Tour Series. So expect some very good and hard racing. Heath Stewart down on the front row. Heath. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome here for Cotton Bowl Speedway. All right, lights will be out for Paul White in the P1 machine, and 601 Trevor Cogburn on the inside, but don't look now. Boone Evans. Cogburn holding his own down on the bottom side under Boone Evans in the 4 machine. 37, John Reed Jr. Gonna take over that 3rd position. Top 3 do transfer, so that's a hot spot on the racetrack. It's gonna be the P1 of Paul White, Boone Evans, Cogburn and Reed door to door. Here comes Cogburn with the same maneuver again, the old deep driven slide job. Boone Evans crosses over. He's gonna do the same maneuver back. Gotta throw a little blocker there to the 601 of Cogburn. Now they both go to the bottom side. White flag is out. It's a heck of a race for that 3rd and 4th position. Top 3 do transfer. It's going to be the P1 of Paul White, the 4 of Boone Evans, John Reed Jr. in the 37. Here comes Cogburn once again. I don't think it's going to work this time, buddy. Paul White, Boone Evans, John Reed Jr. I believe Trevor was rolling up there beside John Reed, said, hey, that's my bad, buddy. I drove it in a little hard that time. It didn't stick. Heat race number 4 out on the racetrack for your IMCA Southern Sport Mods. 21T, that's Tay-Tay. That's Miss Taylor Florio on the pole. The 5-star Mike Martin on the outside. Inside, that's Daddy. That's Chris Florio in the 21. And the outside, Cody Smith in the 18S. Good to see Cody Smith making his way back down here to Heart of Texas Speedway. 56, Stephen Ashcraft on the inside. And the outside row number 3, the 26, Devin Chambers. Bill Blackman in the 14. And John Rodriguez in 19th will round out the field. Taylor Florio with a good hole shot. Now gets up to the top of the racetrack. Seems to be where everybody's going. Chris Florio lost a couple of his spots down in the slick, down in the dust. Had to work his way back up to the top side. Oh, the 19 is around John Rodriguez. Tail slaps a 14, a black man, but they keep it all going. 21 of Taylor Florio. 5-star Mike Martin. Tried a little sliders, but not enough momentum for Mike Martin. Florio, Martin, Smith, now crossover, drives underneath Mike Martin. Gonna put a little half slider on him, gets up in front of him, and that second position is Cody Smith. Taylor Florio, Cody Smith, Martin. Don't look down, here comes a 56, Stephen Ashcraft. Taylor Florio holding that lead for the moment, followed by Cody Smith. Cody Smith, multiple feature wins in all kinds of modified racing, enduro racing, all the way from outlaw modifieds to Southern Sport mods, to outlaw Southern Sport mods, limiteds we call them. Gonna pull up besides Taylor Florio. Taylor still has a preferred line with the momentum. Gonna get up into a couple of, we'll just say lap traffic that's not real sure where they're going. Smith does get by Taylor Florio. Taylor up on the top side, not gonna give up yet. Crossover, drive it under. Just not enough momentum up there. Cody has found a little bit of moisture in the bottom of 3 and 4, and that's where he's made most of his headway. Now up in lap traffic, a white flag is out for the 18 of Cody Smith, followed by Taylor Florio, and then the 56, Stephen Ashcraft. Checkered flag, heat race number 4, 18. Cody Smith, Taylor Florio, and a 56 Ashcraft. Stephen Garrick listening in from 254 Speed Shop in West, home of Texas, of Anderson Racing Engine. They got 30 people watching the races up in West. Wow. All right, stock cars are up next. Four heats of your stock cars. The top three will transfer. And on the pole, the 165, Eric Miles, and the outside, the 88 of Blake Clark. Inside row number 2, the 70T of Trevor Egbert, and the outside, 29, Marcus Harco, 29 what? Inside row number 3, the 06 of Hayden Hartwick, and the outside, the 82 from Oklahoma, Shelby Williams. Inside row number 4, the George Egbert, Papa George in the 70, and the outside of Justin Waringa in the 22. Eric Miles had a couple of feature wins this year. Blake Clark seems to win every time he goes anywhere. Marcus Harco, Egberts, Shelby Williams. Can't count all the feature wins for all those guys. Good start by the Blake Clark in the 88. All right, we're going to see if we can get them back up underway here. All right. 88 off the track. Marcus Harco now out front. Marcus Harco with a very good start. Going to go to the bottom of the race. Go. Ryaringa around 06 around. Caution. Come on, stock cars. Y'all are better than this. Marcus Harco out front. Still only 2 laps down. Ryaringa in the 06, Hayden Hartwick. Back under green flag. We're wasting no time. Come on, stock cars. Let's get some laps under our belts. 29, Marcus Harco, followed by the 70 T of Trevor Egbert. The 165, Eric Miles on the top side. 82, Shelby Williams coming in. Has to check up a little bit. Had a head of steam right behind Egbert, but had to check up a little bit. Keep her spinning him out. Going to jump to the top side now. Going to roll through. Up against the wall is Shelby Williams. Shelby stuck up in the slick in 3 and 4. Makes it stick pretty good. Has a good run of momentum up on the top side outside of Trevor. Bounces it off the wall once again. Going to try to cross over, drive under him. A little slider there. Right across the nose of Egbert. Now, Shelby Williams in the meat of the racetrack where everybody wants to be, but don't look now. The 29, what? Marcus Harco out front. 29, 65, 82 is going to be your top 3. Top 3 will transfer with everybody else going to the B main. Now Shelby Williams says, I don't want to be 3rd. I want 2nd up on the outside of Eric Miles. Just not much to work with up there in 3 and 4 on the top side. Marcus Harco through the middle of 1 and 2. Eric Miles on the bottom side. Shelby Williams up on the top side. Shelby Williams now going to dive down, try to get up underneath in front of Eric Miles, and does so. Heat race number 1, Marcus Harco, Shelby Williams, Eric Miles. Good run. Shelby Williams coming from, I think he came from 4th or 5th. So good job. Heat race number 2. And now, my lovely phone decided to lock up. All right, heat race number 2, Ryan Sanford on the pole, and the outside of 21, Alan Essenberg. Inside row number 2, the 489, Anthony Otkin, and the outside to 07D, that's Dennis Bissonette, Mr. Stephenville starter. Inside, Boone Evans in the 4JR, and the outside to 1G, Bosco Garrett. Inside, row number 4, the 23 JR, Chris McCarty. We are not going to let that start go. A little, oh, Essenberg. Settle down, kids. Settle down. $30, Sanford. 21, Essenberg. See if we can get a little better start. Beating and banging. That ain't gonna work. All right. Let's put that front row back a row. That's what I say. Nobody asked me though, Jim, but that's what I would do. Yep. So I believe it'll be the 489 up on the front row with the 07 Dennis Bissonette. 30 and a 21E, but the 21E did go off. Yeah, he went off. Probably cut a tire down, all that beating and banging before he even had a freaking green flag. I think the 30 may not have a race receiver in. Jeez. I'm going to guess the 30 does not have a race receiver. Selby, get one of those big white boards down there like we used to in the old days. Get a big white board. Okay. We'll spend $500 on a shot, but we won't buy a $100 race receiver. All right. That's a better, cleaner start. Dennis Bissonette says I'll take that outside and I'll just drive away from everybody. 1G, Bosco, he's got that car three-wheeling, and so erratic, it's very hard to keep it underneath him. Bissonette, though, just wheeling it right through the middle of 1 and 2. 30 up and off the track. It's going to be the 07 of Dennis Bissonette, the 489 Anthony Otkin, and the 4JR of Boone Evans. Bosco Garrett's car is so soft on the right rear, just so much drive in the left rear, just pulling the left front, and just so erratic, it's almost impossible to keep any kind of consistency. He wants to go fast. It looks cool. But out front is going to be Dennis Bissonette in the 07D. 4JR of Boone Evans and a 489 Anthony Otkin. Otkin with a good run here in heat race number 2. Once again, pulling the left front. Oh. Boo. Ryan Sanford has not had a best heat race between the multiple starts and now getting tangled up with Bosco Garrett. Hopefully he can have a little better luck come B main feature time. Bosco, you might want to settle that car down a little bit, buddy. Just a little bit erratic. Take some of that left rear drive out, dude. Maybe put a little heavier spring in the right front, right rear. I don't know. What do I know? I'm just an announcer. In your stock cars, while they're working on that race car, Jeffrey Abbey is your point leader. Shelby Williams, 8 points behind. Tim Clunch, 15 points behind. Chris McCurdy, 22 points. And Lance Hansen Jr., 23 points. So Abbey right now is the rabbit that everybody's chasing. See if he can hold off everybody's run. Don't forget, while we got a little quiet time, we got lots of cold drinks down below. We got a lot of hot food. Baked potatoes, chicken fried steak sandwiches, hot dogs, hamburgers, walking tacos. Go see Miss Nikki Webb at the Wall of Fame. You can get your souvenirs, get your t-shirts. Go to our souvenir shop, get your Heart of Texas Speedway souvenirs. And we will be here next Friday night. We'll look up what we're doing then in a bit. All right, lights will be out. We've gone from 9 to 4. Come on, stock cars, you can do it. 7 to 4, my bad. Dennis Bissonette out front. Bissonette, 489, Anthony Otkin, the 4JR of Boone Evans. Your top three do transfer, do qualify. Everybody after that will go into the Bs. Five laps down. It seems like it's been 55 laps. Coming to the white flag this time. It'll be the 07D, Dennis Bissonette, Mr. Stephenville starter. Followed by the 489 of Anthony Otkin and the 4JR of Boone Evans. Heat race winner number 2, the 07D, Dennis Bissonette, followed by the 489 Anthony Otkins and the 4JR of Boone Evans. Heat race number 3. On the pole, the 114, Thomas Hall, and the outside, that's your point leader, the 37 of Jeffrey Abbey. Inside, row number 2, the 13G of David Good, and the outside, the 0 of Tim Carmen. Inside, row number 3, the 18 of Tim Clunch. The outside, the 313, Austin Smith. Austin Smith picked up a win a couple weeks ago at Cotton Bowl Speedway down at H. and Marianne. Good to see him. And then shotgun, the 5H of Lance Hansen. 8 laps will be the distance for your stock car heat race number 3. Top 3 will transfer. Abbey out front, Thomas Hall, Carmen, Good, Clunch. It's a tight battle back there for that 3rd, 4th, and 5th position. Top 3 will transfer. Carmen's going to come out in good shape, but it's going to be Abbey out front, Thomas Hall, Tim Carmen, David Good, and Tim Clunch, Austin Smith, and then Lance Hansen Jr. .37 of Jeffrey Abbey, the 0 of Tim Carmen, the 114, Thomas Hall, and the 13, David Good. Halfway down, halfway to go this next time by. Still going to be Abbey with a considerable lead, half a straightaway. Good up out of the racing surface. Maybe broken, maybe not. Gonna pull it to the pits is gonna be the 13G of David Good. Still gonna be 37, that's your point leader. Abby, Hall, Clonch now up in that third position. Carmen up on the top side, has a good run of steam, but Clonch has a better one down underneath Hall. See if they can make it stick. Some hard, close racing there. They never touch. Good racing from the second and third place cars. Tim Clonch, Hall, Carmen, Hanson will round out your top five, but it is the all Jeffrey Abbey show right now. Jeffrey Abbey into 37. White flag is out. Here comes the checker flag for your heat race number 3. It's going to be the 37 of Jeffrey Abbey, followed by the 18 of Clonch, 114 of Hall, Tim Carmen, and Lance Hansen. Heat race number 4 about to roll out on the racetrack now. 28J, Justin Neighbors in that brand new machine will be on the pole. Outside, Thomas Hall in the 22, but I don't see him. Inside the 11, Cameron Cook races here with us each week, looking for that first IMCA stock car win. Outside the 38 of Daniel Shipler. Shipler will move up to the front row. Inside row number 5, that's our hero, Darrell Campbell, Destroyer Chassis himself. Outside the monster truck, the 84, Zach Terry. Let's see what he can run over tonight. See what he can crash. Thrill Show, the 03, Dylan Smith. I don't know if it's his debut for the year, but he doesn't come out a lot. So good to see the Thrill Show here tonight at Heart of Texas Speedway. Heat race number 4 underway. Gonna re-rack and restack. Neighbors got a little bit of a jump there. I don't know if Neighbors got so much of a jump as just Shipler didn't go. But we're going to give him one more shot at it this time. It's pretty hard to go on that top side coming out of 4. There we go. Yeah, you just spin those tires and blow them off. It's going to be Neighbors, Cook, Shipler, Monster Truck, 03 Dylan Smith, and the 83 of Darrell Campbell. Shipler around through the infield, all going to do some cool donuts, throw up some dust. Do another donut, take it back to the infield. Okay. Neighbors, Cook, Monster Truck found some speed somewhere. Now Neighbors going to be getting up into the lap traffic, the 38 of Shipler. It's going to be the 28J, Justin Neighbors, followed by the 11. Neighbors, Cook, Zach Terry, Dylan Smith, door to door with Zach Terry. Don't look now, but that's a transfer spot for the third position. Dylan Smith, looks like the track may be taking a little bit of rubber. They're all starting to pull the left front pretty hard coming out of 2. 2 laps to go. Thrill Show gets by Zach Terry. Pulling the left front is Dylan Smith, but the race is right now up front. It's going to be the white flag. It's going to be Neighbors to the top side, Cook to the bottom side. Very good race up front. It's still going to be Neighbors, followed by Cook, the Thrill Show, Dylan Smith, 84, the Monster Truck, and then Daryl Campbell, Mr. Destroyer Chassis. Checkered flag for Justin Neighbors. Cameron Cook, Dylan Smith will be your top three. Those will all transfer into the A main. Factory stocks. Bombers are up next. Send your hate mail to Big Mike McCarthy. Heat race number 1 for your factory stocks. The 04 Justin Strain on the inside pole, and the outside Michael Bowles in the 40. Inside row number 2, the 29 Michael Vota, and the outside the 17M of Christopher Mercer. Inside row number 3, the 54K of Melvin Kemp, and the outside the 45M Michael Copeland. Inside row number 4, the 48 of Mike Land, and the outside the 4, I don't see him out there, Ryan Hopkins. I believe it's first night out, but I don't see him out there. Lights are out. Here we go. Heat race number 1 for your factory stocks. It's going to be the 40 of Michael Bowles up on the top side. Going to have a good run down the back straightaway. Going to pull the field by about 3 to 4 car lengths, followed by the 04 of Justin Strain and the 29 of Michael Vota. Vota without a nose piece on that big body Nova looking thing. Top 3, a good race, a 40. Michael Bowles up on the top side, the 04 Justin Strain on the bottom. 29 of Michael Vota. Mike Land has moved his way up, and so is Melvin Kemp into the 4th position. Vota. Nowhere to go. There's a traffic jam in front of him, but the 04 is on the bottom side, the Justin Strain, and in the 40 of Michael Bowles on the top side. Bowles, the leader that time by, will be getting a halfway cross flags next time by. .40, Michael Bowles, 04, Justin Strain. 54, Melvin Kemp Jr. now trying to make a pass up into that 2nd position. Has to check up a little bit. Going to cross over, drive it down the hill. Let's see what he can do. Gets that 2nd spot. 40 of Michael Bowles, 04, Strain of 54, Melvin Kemp Jr. Little contact between Strain and Kemp. Kemp now clear in that 2nd position, has a very fast hot rod. White flag coming out, 7 down, 1 to go. This time by for Michael Bowles in the 40. Melvin Kemp in the 04 of Justin Strain. Top 3 transfer, everybody else will go to the B main. Oh, Michael Vota into the wall hard. Checkered flag for the 40 of Michael Bowles. Melvin Kemp Jr., Justin Strain rounds out your top 3. I wish the wind would blow just a little bit more. It's only blowing about 40, feels like. Heat race number 2, rolling out on the racetrack. The 75 of Chad Ince on the pole, and the outside of 23W, Chris Watson. Inside row number 2, 88J of Jeff Blackwood, and the outside the 0 of Brian Johnson. Inside row number 3, the 25 of Michael Gannett, and the outside the 45 of Kenneth Dean. Inside row number 4, the 33D of Dylan Moss, and the outside the 111 Eddie Gramala. 8 laps. Those of you watching at home, Race On Texas All Access Pass, $39.99. Half of that money comes back to the racetrack. There's the train on the backstretch. That's the 83.94 and the 72.03 and the 65.74. There's a lot of them. All right, heat race number 2. Slow down the back straightaway this time. Green flag underway. Chad Ince through the middle of the track, has a good run. See if he, not a lot of room to work up against the wall there, kiddos. That's not going to work all the way to the bottom, I don't think. It is too dusty down there. Ince, followed by the 23W, Chris Watson. Jeff Blackwood, old flipper himself. But here comes the 33D of Dylan Moss. Eddie Gramella. Michael Gannett trying to get a hold on that race car. '75 Chad Ince, followed by the 23W of Chris Watson and 88J of Jeff Blackwood. Three laps down, 5 laps to go. 75 Chad Ince up and out of the groove. Loses a bunch of ground that he had on the field. They catch up to him, but he's starting to pull it back away. Let's not go quite that high this time, buddy. Yeah, we're going to stay down in that meat part of the track. 75 Chad Ince. 2W Chris Watson. Blackwood. Little bumping and grinding down the front straightaway between Blackwood and Dylan Moss. Blackwood pushes up out of the groove a little bit, but has enough momentum, gets a lead back down the back straightaway. That's for the 3rd position. Moss going to slide in front of him. Blackwood crosses over, drives under him. Still a good race. That is for your transfer position. The 75 Ince out front. The 2W, Chris Watson, putting a little pressure on him, but I don't think he's got enough to make it happen. I might be wrong. The white flag is out. Blackwood leans on the 33 Dylan Moss just a little bit. Here comes the checkered flag. It's going to be the 75 Chad Ince, followed by the 23W Watson. 88 of Blackwood. Good run there by Flipper. The 33D of Dylan Moss. All right, heat race number 3 rolling out on the racetrack now. The 8H Rowdy Hull on the pole, and the outside in Princess, the 33K Shelby Baker. Inside, row number 2, that's my good buddy Ruben Broussard in the 51. And the outside of 55D, hadn't seen this guy in a while, Terry Dumas. Inside, row number 3, that's the 719 Brian Schoenbaum, and the outside of 37, Schoenrock. Inside, row number 4, the 3M of Jason Bogard, and the outside, Rusty Head in the 55R. Here comes a 3M, little late comer. Rowdy Hall goes to the bottom. Not a lot of people have gone all the way to the bottom in 1 and 2. Most of them are up through the middle of the racetrack. Schoenrock, Head, Schoenbaum, 3 wide on the backstretch for, that's for like 5th, 6th, and 7th. Ruben Broussard now up in that 2nd position. Good to see him last night at Southern Oklahoma Speedway. Raced up there with the Hobbies. Oh, Dumas slides up and puts Schoenrock up into the wall a little bit. Schoenrock said, I've had enough of that. I had enough of that, Schoenrock said. I've had enough of that. Gonna show the black flag to Schoenrock. I don't. We know why you did it, buddy. But there ain't a lot to talk about. And I believe I can hear the radiator and the fan anyway, so. Got a guest up here, Mr. Jim Stannard from IMCA. Good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you.
You want a mic? You want a mic? You want to do some announcing?
No.
Come on, buddy.
I leave that to the professionals.
No, what the hell am I doing up here then?
Don't try this at home.
Yeah, don't try this at home, kids. You could injure your vocal cords or pull a hamstring. So, 55D of Terry Dumas being helped with a hook after probably knocked the rear end out of that car. All right. I think lights are going out. David Sisk got his hand on the button. Let's see. Lights are out. 8H. Rowdy Hall out front. Ruben Broussard. Oh. Shelby Baker. Schoenbaum just can't. He just can't buy any luck. He's been put in the wall. He's been put in a tire. Almost head-on collision. Schoenbaum, you may want to stay away from any kind of fires or anything tonight because you got some bad luck, dude. It will still be the 8H Rowdy Hall out front. Ruben Broussard in the 51. At 55, Rusty Head, the 3M of Jason Bogard. And a 719 of Schoenbaum. Y'all just keep surviving through attrition, you'll qualify. Still got one lap down. Went from 9 to 5. Hey, that's a song, Jim. Working 9 to 5. Here we go. 8H, Rowdy Hall. 51, Ruben Broussard. Ruben Broussard, I think, has passed for the lead twice and is still back in second. Maybe not twice, but. It's going to be Rowdy Hall. 51 of Ruben Broussard to 55, Rusty Head. Eight H found the fast line. Still going down to the very, very bottom, but they've seemed to have knocked all the dust off down there. 8H, Rowdy Hall, 51 Ruben Broussard, 55 R of Rusty Head. Rowdy, Hull. Ruben has closed that gap. Rowdy's a little bit loose through the middle of 1 and 2. That's like Ruben Broussard close that gap just a little bit. But it's still going to be Rowdy Hull. We got 5 down, 3 to go this time. Factory stock heat race number 3. We got one more factory stock heat, and then we'll get into IMSA modified. Rowdy Hull, 2 flags in the air, 2 laps to go. Rowdy Hull, 51 of Ruben Broussard, the 55R of Rusty Head. 719 of Schoenbaum has found some sort of a little rhythm now. Has not been put in the wall or the tire in the last 5 laps. Good for him. And his tire in his car and his pocketbook. White flag is out. Rowdy Hull, Ruben Broussard, 55R of Rusty Head. Jeff Sexton listening in at Race on Texas from 542 Speed Las Vegas. So thank you, Jeff, for listening in at Race on Texas All Access Pass. Remember, pick Heart of Texas Speedway as your home track. Half of that money comes back here. We use that throughout the year, through the winter times when we're paying bills and nothing's going on at the racetrack. All right, heat race number 4. 61G of Brandon Martin in the outside, Nate Dixon in the 10. Inside, row number 2, the 56, Eric Tomlinson in the outside, the 5M, Dustin Mooney out of the stock car and into the factory stocks tonight. Inside, row 3, James Hoffman in the 110. In the outside will be the 13C, Cody Schultz. Inside, row number 4, Chris Davis in the 98. Good to see Chris here tonight. In the outside, Charles Melvini in the 714. Shotgun, Douglas Barber in the 1. Barber in the 1 machine. Lights will be out down the back straightaway. 61G of Brandon Martin in the outside, Nate Dixon. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. All right, we're back up in racing. Nate Dixon in the 10. 61G. Brandon Martin missing data. Missing data. Cars everywhere. Uh-oh. 13 is up on the wall. Schultz got sucked into the wall and couldn't get out. All right, 2 laps down, heat race number 4. Here we go. '10, Nate Dixon, 61G of Brandon Martin. .5M, Dustin Mooney. That's your missing data if you're following along on My Race Pass. All right, lights will be going out. Modifieds are up next. That's what y'all paid the admission for. We'll see if we can get them in. Here we go. Dixon. Good start. Dustin Mooney with a good start. 3 wide. Little bumping and grinding down the front straightaway. Dixon. Mooney. Chris Davis in the 98. Davis going to the very, very bottom. Underneath Mooney. Drag race down the back straightaway. Door to door. Davis going to have the advantage by just a little bit. Going to drive it up the hill a little bit. Mooney's going to give him a little shot in the shorts, but Davis is going to get the lead or the second position there. Chris Davis has found a fast way around the racetrack, it seems. Now close that gap on Nate Dixon. Davis lets the car. He's got a free race car there, folks. It will turn and rotate right around the tires. And it is working quite well for him. The 714 is around again. Caution on the racetrack. Don't forget, while we got a little downtime, we do have some Hall of Fame shirts down below. It's got all of the Hall of Fame drivers that's ever been inducted in. Had a good ceremony today, inducted in 5 more drivers into the Hall of Fame. So if you want to go down to the souvenir shop, we do have Hall of Fame t-shirts. Also, just across away from that, under the pavilion, Miss Nikki Webb has the All-Star Shootout t-shirts. So go pick those up. Those will be, they're a limited time. They're only one of them for 2022. We're not going to redo 2022, I promise you. So go check those out for Miss Nikki Webb. Good to see Miss Nikki and John Webb from Southern Oklahoma. I also saw in the stands H and Marianne from Cotton Bowl. Good to see some other owners / promoters in the stands tonight. We got Neil Palmer up here helping us out a little bit. Of course, Race On Texas helping us out with our broadcast on our side. All Access Pass. Here we go. Chris Davis out front in the 98. Nate Dixon in the 10. Dustin Mooney on the top side. The top 3 transfer. Going to be the hot spot on the racetrack. That's 2nd, 3rd, 4th position. Chris Davis says, let's go. Little different approach. Most of the cars have let it roll into 3 and 4 before getting on the gas. Chris Davis was right in the middle, entering 3 when he did that. Chris Davis, Nate Dixon, Dustin Mooney, your top 3. Oh, drivers. We got to pay for that stuff, drivers. Eric Tomlinson around in a 56. .110, a Hoffman in the infield. A lot of contact between the 56 of Tomlinson and the 61G of Brandon Martin. A lot of contact. I think Eric Tomlinson is going to let him know he's not happy with the situation at hand. 61G, again, not happy with the situation at hand. Lights are out. This should be interesting. Y'all watch the front. I'm going to watch a 61G and a 56. Here we go. Chris Davis. Tomlinson says, let me try something way up here on the top side. Maybe I'll show you how these modifieds get around here. A little slick up there, buddy. Just a little bit slick. Still spinning, still grinning. Chris Davis out front. Oh, Mooney around. I was busy watching Tomlinson. I have no idea what happened to Dustin Mooney. Chris Davis, Nate Dixon. In the 61G, Brandon Martin gets into the qualifying position. Huh. Okay then. No idea what happened to Dustin Mooney there. Pastor Jim doesn't know, and I know he wouldn't lie to me. He would not tell a fib. IMCA Modified's up next. 4 heats of these guys and gals. Heat race number 1, 04, Justin Strain on the pole, and the outside to 40 of Michael Bowles. Inside in the 29, Michael Vota. No, wrong one, guys. My bad. I was like, those aren't modified drivers. What are the factory stock guys doing in there? All right, 7KZ. That's Kensington Ogle, all the way from Abilene. She has made a race or so. It was fun. I went up there and raced with the Toms a couple of weeks ago at Abilene, and fun to see the Ogles, and she's doing a great job. The 39, David Gonzalez. Inside, row number 2, the 17T, that's Code Red, that's Cody Tidwell. Outside, Mr. Handyman, the 94, Chris Morris. Inside, the 77 of Garrett Gregory, and the outside, the 715 of Chase Dowdy. Inside, the 48 of Danny Patterson, and the outside, Vince Ogle in the 79. David Good in the 7G. Lots of feature wins in this Heat Race 1 alone. Lot of heat race wins. Wholesale from deep in the pack. Chris Morris says, I just want the front now. My goodness, Chris Morris. Threads a needle, drives it up through the middle of the track, comes out in the lead. Chris Morris, 38. 39, I'm sorry, David Gonzalez. The 7KZ, Kensington. Good job, Kensington. Keep it under you, girl. We're getting into the Abilene Speedway racing conditions right now, into the slick. And it is showing with Kensington. Going to be Chris Morris in the 94. Ogle's off the very top side. The 39 of David Gonzalez and the 7 KZ Kensington Ogle. Come on, Kensington. I know I'm not supposed to root, but I'm rooting for you, girl. Eight laps, it says here. So we'll be getting 2 flags in the air next time. I believe that was Patterson that went off the top of the racetrack earlier, not Ogle. I'm sorry, Vince. It's actually Patterson. White flag will be out next time by. It's going to be Chris Morris with a straightaway on the field. Chris Morris, followed by the 7KZ of Kensington Ogle. 1 lap to go, and a 39, David Gonzalez. Checkered flag for heat race number 1, Chris Morris. Followed by the 7KZ, Kensington Ogle, and if Vince Ogle sneaks in at the last there, last lap, last corner past. All 3 making the transfer. So good job, all of those drivers. Heat race number 2 will be rolling out on the track now. The 42, Bo Collins, and the outside, that is Willie G, William Gould. Inside, row number 2, the 19S, Chase Weimer, and the outside, the 711, Larry Adams. Inside, row number 3, the 54T, Matthew Day, won multiple features here this year. And the outside, 911, Josh McGahey. Inside, row number 4, the 15 of Denny Geiber, and the outside, Cade Ogle. That's big brother Cade Ogle in the 11. And shotgun on the field, the 727, Robbie Daniels. Robbie Daniels shotgun on the field. Mama Mooney texted me, said Dustin Mooney had a left front flat. And that's where the issue was. Thanks for that insight, young lady. Lights are out on the back straightaway for your IMCA modified heat race number 2. 42 of Collins, 60 of Gould on the outside. Slow pace. Here we go. Collins on the inside, Gould on the outside. Gould, your feature winner at Boyd in the stock car and your IMCA modified. Doubled up that Friday night. It's going to be Collins, Gould. Collins that time by. William Gould in the 60. 9-11. $7.11 of Larry Adams up in the top 3. Good hard racing back in that 5th and 6th position. Josh McGahey gets into the back of the 15 of Deanie Gaber. But 5 laps down, 3 laps to go. It's going to be Bo Collins, William Gould, and 7-11 of Larry Adams. Two laps to go, 2 flags in the air. 42 of Bo Collins, and 60 of William Gould, and the 15 of Denny Gaber. Gaber up underneath the 7-11 of Adams. That's going to get him out of shape, and here comes Matthew Day, and here comes Josh McGahey up on the top side. Going to try something a little bit different. We can't just play follow the leader all night long, Josh says. White flag is out. But it is all Bo Collins all the time in your heat race number 2. 42, Bo Collins, followed by the 60 of William Gould. 15, Denny Gaber. Matthew Day, Josh McGahey rounds out your top 5. Heat race number 3. Heat race number 3 will be rolling out on the racetrack. It's the 89 of Stephen Whitaker from all the way down in Corpus Christi. Outside the 27 of Mike White. Inside the 35, Jeff Emerson. Outside 8J of John White. Inside the 32 of Brandon Chenoweth. And the outside of 4TW, Chuck Saunders. Inside row 4, the 118 of Cameron Wilson. And the outside the 178 of Tommy Davis. Shotgun on the field at 56 of Jason Gomez. Checking the lineup. I don't think we're going this time. All right, we'll go green this time by, next time by. Whitaker on the bottom side. Mike White on the top side. Emerson, John White, your top 4. Green flag. Good start by Whitaker. Steven Whitaker down the back straightaway. His son, the third, is racing down in Corpus Christi and Edna this weekend, I believe. Pure stock, I think it is, maybe a limited. Racing is in the family, in the blood. It used to be the promoter down at Corpus Christi. South Texas Speedway was Whitaker. 89, Stephen Whitaker Jr., followed by the 35, Jeff Emerson. See Jeff here a lot of times in his sprint car. Followed by the 27 of Mike White. 4TW, Chuck Saunders up on the top side. Sanders. And 8J of John White on the bottom. Sanders trying to make the outside line come in, trying to add a little rubber to it, try to get something up there to work with. See him throwing the dust out the entry of 3. See if he can do something. See if he can make some headway. He has not lost any ground, so that's always a good sign. Throw the dust up against the wall. '89 of Whitaker, Emerson and White are your top 3. I'm just glad to see somebody try something different up on the top or through the middle. Oh, might have been spoke too soon, Joe. Jinxed him. 2 laps to go. Whitaker. It's the Whitaker show. White flag. Whitaker, Emerson, White, Mike White in the 27. Checkered flag. Whitaker, Emerson, Mike White. He raced 3, top 3. Up next, heat race number 4. We got the lights on the Speedway. Kevin Green on the pole, and the outside, Tanner Whitmore in the 101. Inside, the 171, Michael Marichek, and the outside, Tyler Honeywell, the idiot from Oklahoma, T. Honey, in the 58. Third row, the 6R, Jacob Perkle. I believe he is your points leader in this tour, the 6R, Jacob Perkle, last night's winner at Kennedale Speedway. 9JR, Spencer Hartwick on the outside. Charles Brewer making the trip from Abilene in a 72, and the outside, Steve Askew in a 7. Brewer happens to be Dylan Smith's father-in-law, for those of you that don't know that. I hope I'm right. Hope I didn't make up stuff. I make up a lot of stuff, but I'm pretty sure about that. All right, Green on the pole. Whitmer. Kevin Green, a couple of times this year, he's won a feature here on our regular Friday night show. Green, Whitmer, Marichek, Honeywell holding his own. I may not be able to call him an idiot after all. We'll see. He's got 6 more laps to go. Green, Marichek now Tanner Whitmer, swap spots. Honeywell working the bottom of the racetrack. 4 laps down, 4 laps to go, halfway through. Still going to be Kevin Green, Michael Mirashek in the 171. He won a feature race out at Abilene a few weeks ago, I believe. Feel free to message me if I lie or I make stuff up, because that does happen at times. Kevin Green, Mirashek, Whitmer, 2 flags in the air, 2 laps to go. Honeywell trying to make something work on the outside, just unable to make anything happen. Herkel trying to make it through the middle of the racetrack. White flag is out. Kevin Green. Mirashek picks up a push, gets out of shape, but he's got enough of a second place lead that he doesn't lose a spot. Checkered flag for Kevin Green, hometown hero. As always, we got to dust off the top side after the checkered flag just to see what's going on. IMCA Sport Mod B main number 1 rolling out on the track. We're doing a little track work, pushing the tires out a little bit, try to keep everybody out of the dust, try to add another groove up above there. What happens is everybody runs right on the bottom of the racetrack and it starts to lay down rubber, and that becomes a dominating line. So he's going to push the tires out, try to get them up out of that rubber, try to lay a little more rubber up through the middle of the racetrack and a little higher up. Once we can establish that, we can push the tires back down if we need to. So a little track, not really maintenance, just kind of tweaking. We'll call it tweaking. All right, heat B main number 1 on the racetrack. Top 6 will go into the A main. Top 6 will transfer. Mark Patterson and a 1 on the pole, and the outside the 601 Trevor Cogburn. Inside row number 2, the 27Z Zachary Smotherman, and the outside the 2 Aaron Patterson. Inside row number 3, the 89 of Kelly Williams, and the outside the 5G of Trevor Stormer. Inside row number 4, the 1-star Jacob Martin, and the outside the 51 of James Kelly. Inside row number 5, the 69X Caden Honeycutt, and the outside the 717 GW Egbert. Shotgun the 77 of Dean Abbey. Patterson, half a straightaway lead, followed by the 601 of Trevor Cogburn, a 2 of Aaron Patterson, 27Z Zachary Smotherman, 69 of Caden Honeycutt. Caden Honeycutt working the top side. Caution, got one backed in the wall. Three laps down, it says. 3 of 12. Lights are going out. Patterson leads them down the back straightaway. Cogburn on the inside. Aaron Patterson on the outside. Here we go. Oh. Big melee. They may just all transfer right now. Got Ryder is 11 years old, down in Beaumont, listening in at Race on Texas. So happy birthday, Ryder, from down in Beaumont. Hopefully you can make it up here from the deep Golden Triangle down south, Orange Fighter, Beaumont area. Come on up and see us. Happy birthday, Ryder. So, See if we can get some. See if we can get some laps ticked off underneath those drivers. Come on. Dean Abbey not making the call. I got word from down below he had a transmission issue, so he's unable to make the call. It was Dean Abbey. Dean Abbey was currently running second, 3 points behind Brandon Guerin. Michael Dabney 7 points back, John Reed 7 points back, and Chad Reed 36 points back. So tough break for Dino. 3 points from winning this gig. Transmission issues. All right, drivers, let's go. Let's do something cool like click off 12 laps with 0 cautions. All right, lights are out. Let's go. Yeah, debris. All right, so I made a terrible mistake. Ryder is here. Ryder is here in person, not in Beaumont. So my bad. I obviously can't read the text that Big Mike sent me. So Ryder, wherever you're at, buddy, jump up and down, make some noise. Happy birthday, buddy. Come on, drivers. We got debris everywhere. Okay. 601 Cogburn to the back. Just got to get it back up in the top 6, buddy. Use your head. Keep it under you. You can do it. You can do it. GW Egbert from dead last. Now knocking on the door for the first position. GW up on the top side. Mark Patterson down on the tires. It's going to be Patterson, I believe, that time by. Halfway down, halfway to go finally. In the Enduro, the B Main 1 Enduro race. GW Egbert with the lead, followed by the 1 of Mark Patterson. 69 of Caden Honeycutt. The 1 star, Jacob Martin, Trevor Stormer, Trevor Cogburn. Good race up front. Excellent race up front, actually. GW Egbert up, using that middle to top line. 8 down, 4 to go in your B main number 1 for your IMCA Southern Sport Mods. GW Egbert, Patterson, Honeycutt, Martin, Cogburn, Stormer. An amazing race up front. Egbert and Patterson back door to door. Patterson down on the bottom. G-Dubs up on the top. White flag is out this time. GW Egbert, Patterson, Honeycutt, there's a checkered flag. Martin, Cogburn, Stormer. It's going to round out your top 6. They will all 6 qualify. As you can see, just moving those tires out a little bit, we had 2 lanes of racing right there. GW Egbert was up through the middle of the racetrack the entire race. Now, granted, it is GW Egbert, but still much better racing than we had earlier on. Last call for your t-shirts, for your all-star t-shirts. They're going to be shutting down in about 10 minutes. We got about 1 or 2 more B mains to run before we shut them down for the t-shirts for your all-stars. So go down, see Miss Nikki Webb, get those t-shirts. Last call. This is be the last night. They'll be worth a lot of money after tonight. There's historical pieces. All right, beat main number 2. Here you go. The 2H is Dustin Hector, and the outside of 5-star Mike Martin. Inside the 13H of Andy Hulsey, and the outside Chris Florio in the 21. Inside row 3 will be 12K of Colton Keel, and the outside Devin Chambers. Inside row 4, Jack Lewis, and the outside the 14 of Bill Blackman. Dustin Garrett will be on the inside row 5, and the outside John Rodriguez, and Blaine Smith will be starting shotgun. Mike Martin with a good start. See if they can bring in a second line into this racetrack for the rest of the classes. Your IMCA Sport Mods do have a little better tire, a little softer tire. They will lay a little more rubber down than the G60s that we have on the stock cars and the modifieds. See if we can lay down a little bit of rubber with that H500, or the IMCA 500, I should say. Dustin Hector, Andy Hulsey, Chris Florio, Devin Chambers, Colton Keel, John Rodriguez. Oh, almost took out the tractor tire there. That's a 12. Colton Keel almost took out that tractor tire. We would have to be calling Billy Mizzelli, infield tractor tire himself. Mike Martin, Dustin Hector, and Mike Martin's transponder did not pick up, but he is still the leader. Mike Martin, Dustin Hector, Delvin Chambers, Adam Hulsey, Chris Florio, and John Rodriguez will be your top 6. Halfway down, halfway to go. Laps next time by for the 5 of Mike Martin. Mike Martin, Dustin Hector, Devin Chambers, Andy Hulsey, Chris Florio, John Rodriguez, Bill Blackman, top 7. 2 laps to go. White flag. It's going to be 5-star Mike Martin, Dustin Hector, Delvin Chambers, Andy Hulsey. The main 2 winners, a 5-star Mike Martin, Dustin Hector, Devin Chambers, Andy Hulsey, Chris Florio, John Rodriguez. That rounds out all your transfers. I believe your IMCA stock cars will be next. IMCA stock cars B main number 1 out on the racetrack. Top 6 will be moving on to the A main. 70, Pop-It George Egbert on the pole, and the outside to 0, Tim Carmen. Inside row number 2, the 70T of Trevor Egbert, and the outside to 5H of Lance Hansen. Inside row number 3, the 06 of Hayden Hartwick, and the outside to 313 of Austin Smith. Inside row number 4, the 22 of Justin Waringa, and the outside to 13G of David Good. Shotgun on the field, Blake Clark in the 88. Once again, back at your points. Stock cars, Jeffrey Abbey, Shelby Williams, 9 points behind Jeffrey. Tim Clonch, 15 behind. Chris McCurdy Jr. from Arizona, 22 behind. And Lance Hansen Jr., 23 behind. So, Papa George, Tim Carmen, got a wrecker in the middle of the racetrack. Papa George, Carmen, they've raced lots and lots of laps in the old Killeen days. Texas Thunder Speedway, rest in peace. Here we go. Tim Carmen on the outside, Papa George on the inside, Trevor Egbert down below, Lance Hansen in the middle. 4 cars you can throw a blanket over. Top 6 transfer. Trevor way down on the bottom of the racetrack, 4 wide down the front straightaway. Let's see how that works out. Still going to be Trevor Egbert, Papa George Egbert, Lance Hansen, Tim Carmen, your top 4. Egbert, Hansen, Carmen, Blake Clark now up in the top 6. Shoot the gap. As I said, Blake Clark is fast wherever he goes, whether it be Kennedale or Boyd. His 2 mainstays. It's going to be Papa George Egbert, followed by, it's actually Trevor Egbert, followed by Hansen, and then Papa George Egbert up on the top side. Blake Clark now up in the top 4. Hansen thinks about sticking a nose down underneath Trevor. Decides otherwise. 5 laps down. Still going to be Trevor Egbert, Hansen, George Egbert, Blake Clark. Caden Hartwick, I believe it is. Tim Carmen. Blake gonna try to get underneath George Egbert. Nothing doing. Hanson's gonna push the issue down on the bottom underneath Trevor. Little bumping and grinding down the back straightaway they go. It's gonna be Trevor Egbert. Lance Hanson has a fast car. You gotta have all 4 tires and wheels on it when you finish, though, buddy. 8 laps down. Egbert out of the groove a little bit. Probably gonna just realize, hey, we all transfer. Let's not tear our stuff up. Gonna let him go. Hanson this time skates up out of the groove a little bit. Blake Clark up on the top side, trying to get around the top side of Papa George. Two laps to go, says David Sisk. Blake now underneath Papa George, but has to lift and let him have that lower line so he don't wreck everybody. Good decision, young man. I remember Blake Clark's first feature win. I believe it was at 281. Kid has got lots under his belt now. It's going to be Lance Hanson Jr., followed by Trevor Egbert, George Egbert, Blake Clark. Hard racing for that 3rd and 4th position. Clark with the advantage down on the bottom side. Papa George up on the top side. Blake Clark will get to that 3rd position. George Egbert, Hayden Hardwick, Tim Carmen gets it in the top 6. So Tim Carmen makes the A main. Stock car heat race number 2. B main number 2 rolling out on the track. 22 JR. Chris McCurdy. Daryl Campbell in an 83. Ryan Sanford in a 30. Daniel Shipler in a 38. Bosco Garrett in a 1G. I don't know if Bosco's going to make it. He tore his car up in a heat race pretty good. 20T of Thomas Hall. 21E of Alan Essenberg. 28J of Justin Neighbors. I believe Justin won his heat race. He must have had a little difficulty in tech. See Blake Clark down in the infield. Jason Batt just texted me. He is the national points leader for your IMCA stock cars. So that guy's leading the nation in your IMCA stock cars. Thank you, Mr. Jason Batt, for that information. Jason Batt sitting at home probably with the girls. They love racing. They love William Gould, and they love the Abbey boys. They don't care for Daddy, though. Here we go. Going to be the 23 JR, Chris McCurdle Jr., Daryl Campbell. Oh, Essenberg's out in left field. No, literally, he's out in left field. Come back into the playing field, sir. We're racing over here. 23 JR, Chris McCurdle Jr., Daryl Campbell, Ryan Sanford, Daniel Shipler, Justin Neighbors, and the 20T of Thomas Hall. JR way sideways through 1 and 2, but able to keep the car underneath him. But Daryl Campbell, the old veteran, gonna let his car just kind of roll down on the bottom side, keep it under him, Just kind of drive underneath him. Watch him down the back straightaway. 23 JR with the momentum up on the top side, but he gets in so fast and so hot, he skates up out of the groove. And that's just going to let Daryl Campbell just kind of rotate the car right on the bottom, and that'll give him the lead this time by. It's going to be the 83, Daryl Campbell, 23 JR, Chris McCurdle, the 30, Ryan Sanford, 28J of Justin Neighbors. Chris McCurdle with the lead that time by. Got it back from Daryl Campbell. You can see the racetrack is really starting to come in multiple grooves. It's slick, it's slow, but it's multiple grooves to work with. 23 JR, Chris McCurdle Jr., Daryl Campbell, Ryan Sanford, Justin Neighbors, your top four. Door to door, it's going to be McCurdle by 0.112 of a second, and Daryl Campbell on the bottom side. Drag race down the back straightaway. They're dead even as I see it. It's good to see there's a little bit of something to work with the top of 3 and 4, but this time still going to be McCurdle, I believe. 0.052. Very good racing, and your stock cars beat main number 2. Uh-oh. I thought Shipler was going around right in front of Thomas Hall, but somehow he saved it. 2 laps to go. Daryl Campbell, your leader that time. Daryl Campbell, McCardle, they have been door to door from drop of the green flag, and here we are at the white flag. It's going to be Daryl Campbell this time by. Daryl Campbell, McCurdle, 30 of Ryan Sanford and Justin Neighbors. Shipler pulling it off the racetrack. Checkered flag for Daryl Campbell, Mr. Destroyer Chances himself. Very good race right there for your B main number 2 for your stock cars. Factory stock. First B main for your factory stocks. On the pole is going to be the 48 of Mike Land, and the outside the 719 of Brian Schoenbaum. Inside row number 2, Michael Vota, and the outside of 3M of Jason Bogard. Inside row number 3, the 45M of Michael Copeland. Outside the 33K of Shelby Baker. Inside row number 4, the 17M of Christopher Mercer, and the outside, the 55D of Terry Dumas. Inside row number 4, the row number 5, the 4-car, Ryan Hopkins, and the outside is James Schoenrock in a 37. Inside, shotgun on the field, the 714, Charles Melvany. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got 8 of the 11. I do not see Schoenrock. I do not see Ryan Hopkins. I do not see the 29 of Vota. I do see the 3M. So it looks like Vota, Schoenrock, Hopkins not making a call. Miss Schoenrock says James is not going to make it. I'm pretty sure he put more than a front bumper to Terry Dumas. Here we go. Dumas taking a shortcut through. Melvany spinning around in the top of 3 and 4. Schoenbaum shot like a rocket out of somewhere. Where did that guy come from? Schoenbaum, Mike Land. 45M of Michael Copeland, Shelby Baker, Christopher Mercer, Jason Bogart. Good to see Shelby Baker back out. I don't know if this is her debut of the year, but I know she hasn't been here a lot. $17M and Mercer out of shape. That's going to drop him back into that 7th position, non-qualifying position. Dumas got his race car back together after the melee with Schoenrock earlier. $719, Brian Schoenbaum. 48, Mike Land. Michael Copeland, Jason Bogart, Shelby Baker, Terry Dumas. Schoenbaum, 1.5 second lead over Mike Land. Made some changes to that race car, obviously. It is on a rail. Oh, 17M and Mercer around, but we got it going. Terry Dumas, good friends with the Sim 6 from the old days. Way back. 719, Schoenbaum, Mike Land. 45M of Copeland. 8 laps down, Mercer around again. Has a caution come out. Gonna take that hard left turn off the racetrack. All right, that's gonna put Schoenbaum out front. 48 of Mike Land, a 45M of Copeland. Bogart, Dumas, Baker. I believe that's what it is. All right, 1 to go. Got 8 down, 4 to go. Schoenbaum, good start. Maybe he put the 383 in this week. Maybe that's what it is. Or the 4-barrel on his bomber. Schoenbaum down the back straightaway, followed by the 48 of Mike Land, the 45M of Michael Copeland, 3M Jason Bogart. Dumas now up on the outside of Bogart. 2 wide, 2 deep for that 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th spot. Three wide now. Dumas has to lift a little bit. Gonna try up on the top side. See if there's anything to work with. 2 laps to go, 2 flags in the air. Gonna be the 719 of Brian Schoenbaum, the 48 of Mike Land, the 45M of Michael Copeland. White flag for Schoenbaum in the 719. Schoenbaum, Mike Land, Bogart, Copeland. Checkered flag is out. The 719 of Brian Schoenbaum, Mike Land, Jason Bogart, Michael Copeland, Terry Dumas, Shelby Baker. They will all make the transfer. B feature number 2 about to roll out. They are rolling out. The 33D of Dylan Moss and the outside of 13C of Cody Schultz. Inside row number 2, the 25 of Michael Gannett and the outside the 1 of Douglas Barber. Inside row number 3, the 111, Eddie Gramella, and the outside the 5M, Dustin Mooney. Inside row number 4, the 0, Brian Johnson, and the outside the 56 of Eric Tomlinson. Inside row number 5, the 45, Kenneth Dean, and the outside the 110, James Hoffman. Top six transfers. Bunch of bombers out there. Here we go. Wow. Dylan Moss, Cody Schultz lead them down through 1 and 2. Down the back straightaway. Lights are out, 12 laps. Next up, your IMCA modified 2B mains, and we'll have a short intermission. Here we go. $33D Dylan Moss with a good start. Through the middle of the racetrack. You can see the racetrack starting to take black more than just on the bottom now, up through the middle. Still, the top has not come in, and I don't know that it will. The sun's down now, so it may not. We'll see. Dylan Moss, Cody Schultz, Dustin Mooney in a 5M. Michael Gannett, Eddie Gramella, Brian Johnson. Dylan Moss leads him down the back straightaway. About an 8-car lead over the 13C of Cody Schultz. Dustin Mooney, now Michael Gannett. Gonna try something, see if he can figure out a way to get around the top side. Michael Gannett has had a fast race car all year, just some unfortunate luck. So see if he can get it into the A main and then move up some spots tonight. It's gonna be the 33 of Dylan Moss. $13 to Cody Schultz, Dustin Mooney. Mooney up in the second position. Down the back straightaway. Mooney gonna set his sights on the 33D of Dylan Moss. Gets underneath him. I'm telling you, these cars drive so much different than the stock cars that Dustin Mooney's been used to. Probably taking him a few laps to kind of figure it out. They don't steer the same, they don't brake the same, and they dang sure don't take off the same. Underneath Dylan Moss is Dustin Mooney. Get up in that first position. These cars are so even that once you lose any kind of momentum, you lose 3, 4, 5 car lengths all at one time. And they just don't have the acceleration of the stock cars or the sport mods or anything else. And then they got these big fat tires on them that are just slick, literally. Mooney, Moss, Cody Schultz, Michael Gannett, Eddie Gramella, Douglas Barber. Ten laps down this time, 2 flags in the air, 2 laps to go. Dustin Mooney, Dylan Moss, Cody Schultz, Michael Gannett, Eddie Gramella, Brian Johnson will be your top 6. We got one around Douglas Barber. Dead in the water is the Barber. 1 to go at the flag stand. Lights will be out on the back straightaway. Dustin Mooney in the 5M. Once the lights go out, he can go at any given point. Starting now. Or now. Or now. Now. How about now? How about now? Now! There he goes. I just needed to yell it louder. Dustin Mooney, Dylan Moss. 13C up on the top, trying to find something, and may have found something to work with. A lot of momentum up there, maybe a little more traction than he thought he had. Oh, Mooney hung up, tangled up. Gets out of shape a little bit, had a little help in the right rear, but he got it back underneath him, and now he's down the back straightaway. 3D of Moss on the inside, Mooney on the outside. Hard racing up front. Checkered flag is out. It's going to be a 33D of Dylan Moss, of 5M of Dustin Mooney, Michael Gannett, Cody Schultz, Eddie Gramella, James Hoffman will round out your top 6. Little expressing our displeasure down the back straightaway. Gentlemen, can't we all just get up? IMCA Modifieds. Beat Feature 1. It'll be 12 laps, the same format. Top 6 will transfer. Up on the pole will be my buddy. That's code red, Cody Tidwell in the 17T. Outside, the 4TW of Chuck Sanders. Inside, the 7G of David Good, and the outside, the 8J of John White. Inside, row number 3, the 48 of Danny Patterson, and the outside, the 178 of Tommy Davis. Inside, row number 4, the 715 of Chase Dowdy, and the outside, the 56 of Jason Gomez. Inside, row number 5, the 7KZ of Kissington Ogle, and the outside, the 32 of Brandon Chenoweth. Inside, row number 6, 49 of Vince Ogle, and the outside, Cameron Wilson in the 118. I see both Ogles had transferred in their heat, but I did see them roll across the scales a couple of times, so they must have been a little bit light. They did come out a while ago and re-weigh, so I'm assuming they were a little light at the scales, and that, tell you what, that just sucks, especially for Kensington and Vince as well. But she had a heck of a heat race, and I hate to see that. So see if she can work it right around the bottom side, door to door. That's with the 715 of Dowdy. She needs to get up in the top 6. She's moving up some already. 1, 2. She's in 8th. She needs to pass a couple more cars. But out front, is the 17. Actually, out front is the 4 TW of Chuck Sanders. Yeah, my race pass is not working. Sanders, Cody Tidwell, David Good. There we go. Chuck Sanders, followed by Cody Tidwell, David Good, Tommy Davis Jr., John White, Danny Patterson, and Kensington has worked her way up into the top 6. Halfway down, caution. Caution, caution, caution. Caution, caution, caution. 4TW out front, Cody Tidwell, pick top or bottom. The 7G of David Good Jr., 178. Tommy Davis Jr., and 8J of John White, and a 48 of Danny Patterson. All right. See if we can get the lights out. Here we go. Chuck Sanders. Sanders, Cody Tidwell, David Good, Tommy Davis Jr., John White, Danny Patterson, Vince Ogle now up on the top side, trying to make something work on the outside. He said, Kinsey, we got to go, girl. She was up in the transfer spot and lost a spot. Now she's lost 2. Cody Tidwell going to put the pressure on the bottom side. We are going to have 9 down. Oh, no. Oh, Cody made the pass and the caution comes out. Made the pass and the caution comes out. That's going to put the 4TW back out front, I do believe. He was spun out, but I don't know if he had help or not. 715 Chase Dowdy wants to talk to somebody. Hey, you gonna do anything about that car that spun me out on the back straightaway? Ah, we didn't see it. Anybody see what happened on the back straightaway? I don't know what happened on the back straightaway. All right, line up in the back. Let's go. I'm just telling you what's happening on the radio right now. This is what's happening. I'll take care of it myself then. If you ain't going to handle it, I'll handle it. I got more bumpers in my trailer. Here we go. 4TW, Chuck Sanders. 17, Cody Tidwell. Chuck slipped up, drifted up a little bit. And at that point, Cody got by him, but then there was a caution, and that was just not good for Cody Tidwell. Now David Good going to make it work on the outside. It's going to be the 4TW, Chuck Sanders, followed by the 7, David Good. Cody Tidwell getting shuffled back a little bit. Get back in your rhythm, buddy. Let's go. 4TW, Chuck Sanders. 7T, David Good Jr. 17T, Cody Tidwell. 178, Tommy Davis Jr. A lot of drivers counting. Where's those top 6 at? White flag is out. 4TW. Chuck Sanders, David Good Jr., Cody Tidwell, Tommy Davis Jr., Danny Patterson, John White will be your top 6. Coming to the checkered flag. Chuck Sanders, David Good, Cody Tidwell, Tommy Davis Jr., John White, Danny Patterson. Kensington misses it by 1 spot. Dang, girl. All right. B main number 1 in the books. B main number 2 up next for your IMCA modifies. And we'll have about a 10-minute pause for the cause, if you want to call it that. On the pole of B main number 2, the 54T of Matthew Day, and the outside of 9JR, Spencer Hartwick. Inside row number 2, the 911, Josh McGaha, and the outside of 58, my buddy Tyler Honeywell, T. Honey. Inside row number 3, the 19S, Chase Warmer, and the outside of 6R, Jacob Perkle. Perkle is your points leader. He's having to race in through a B main. Inside row number 4, the 711, Larry Adams, and the outside the 72 of Charles Brewer. Inside row number 5, Cade Ogle, and the outside the 7 of Steve Askew. Shotgun on the field, Robbie Daniels. Here we go. Matthew Day, 9JR, Spencer Hartwick, Josh McGahey, 19S Weimer, Perkle, Honeywell. Matthew Day, Spencer Hartwick, Josh McGaha, Chase Weimer, Jacob Perkle, Larry Adams, now your top 6. Brewer trying to work on Adams in that 711 machine. Brewer into 72. Honeywell trying something different way up high on the top side. Gets around Brewer actually. Has a head of steam. Let's go, T-Honey. Oh, that ain't going to work though. That ain't gonna work. We got one and a drink. That works a little better in 1 and 2. It does not work in 3 and 4 quite as well. T-Honey was trying a miracle shot up on the top side of 3 and 4 and just sailed it off in there. And it's a big steep hill over there. I've been over it. It kind of sucks. So we got 5 laps down of 12, and once we're done with this one, we will have a short pause. Get you something to eat or drink. Get you some food. Here he comes back. Charles Brewer, Cade Ogle, both from Abilene, Texas. Both a couple of spots out looking in. See if they can pick off 1 or 2 more. Cade Ogle's won a couple of times at Abilene. That kid's started racing when Zach started racing a long, long time ago, and just now, I think this year got his first win. But he's got a couple of them. Man, no, I think he got some last year too. But it's good to see the kid. I talked to him in the pits today. Good kid. Polite, nice, respectful. T-Honey. You'll be at max velocity when the light comes on. I got a perfectly set of tires for you, T-Honey, to get up on the top side. Here we go. Just not a lot to work with up there, unfortunately. Still going to be Matthew Day, Spencer Hartwick. Not sure what happened right there with Brewer, the 72. Steve Askew, Brewer, had a slight issue there, it looked like. Re-rack and restack them. Matthew Day, multiple feature winner here. Josh McGahey, Spencer Hartwick, Jacob Perkle, Chase Weimer, Robbie Daniels. Lights are out. Here we go. Matthew Day. We got 2 spun out. We hadn't even started racing yet. How'd that happen? Did you see what happened? We got 2 spun out. We haven't even started yet. Mr. Brewer said, I've had enough. I'm going to just take it to the pits, kids. All right. Lights are out. We're going to try this again. 19th time's a charm. 6 down, 6 to go. Matthew Day, Josh McGahey. Going to be the 9JR, Spencer Hartwick that time, and Josh McGahey. Jacob Perkel trying to race his way in. Oh, yuck. Poor 7-Eleven seems to be caught in every wreck. Tyler Honeywell, you know we have a shortage of tires, right? Kate. Kate Ogle had a question for him. There we go. Ten cars left. Josh McGay trying to figure out, maybe is there something up here to work with? All right. Here we go. Lights will be going out on the back straightaway. Still 8 laps down. Matthew Day, 54T, Spencer Hartwick, Josh McGahey, Jacob Perkel, Robbie Daniels, Chase Weimer. T. Honey takes it off, says he's had enough. Josh McGahey gets back around Spencer Hartwick. It's going to be the 54T of Matthew Day, McGahey, Hartwick, Perkel in the top 4, Robbie Daniels, Steve Askew. 2 laps to go finally. One lap to go this time. It's going to be Matthew Day, Josh McGahey, Spencer Hartwick, Jacob Perkel, Spencer Hartwick, Robbie Daniels, Steve Askew. Perkel up into the top 3. Matthew Day, Josh McGahey, Jacob Perkel, Spencer Hartwick, Robbie Daniels, Steve Askew makes a show. All right, have a short little pause for the cause. About 10 minutes. Stretch your legs, stretch your backs, get you a cold beverage, get your favorite announcer a cold beverage, whatever it takes. We'll be right back. All right, IMCA Southern Sport Mod A main on the racetrack right now. 24 cars, 20 laps will be the distance. On the pole is the 4 of Boone Evans, and the outside, the 18S of Cody Smith. Inside, row number 2, the 17 of Jeff Shepard, and the outside, the 35 of Caleb Emerson. Inside, row number 3, the P1, Paul White, and the outside, the 5X of Michael Dabney. Inside, row number 4, the 42Z, Zane Goff, and the outside, the 37 of John Reed Jr. Inside, row number 5, the 56, Stephen Ashcroft, and the outside, the 20D of Rowdy Day. Inside, row number 6, the 21T, Miss Tay Florio, and the outside, the 12 of Brandon Guerin. Brandon Guerin, your points leader in the series. Inside, row number 7, the 717 GW Egbert, and the outside, the 5-star Mike Martin. Inside, row number 8, the 1 of Mark Patterson, the outside of 2H, Dustin Hector. Inside, row number 9, the 69X, Caden Honeycutt, the outside of 26 of Devin Chambers. Inside, row number 10, the 1-star of Jacob Martin, and the outside of 13H of Andy Hussey. 601, Trevor Cogburn, and the outside, Florio Chris. Shotgun on the field, the 5G of Trevor Stormer, and the 19 of John Rodriguez. Green flag is under the way. Boone Evans, caution. Didn't like to start, did we, Pastor Jim? Didn't like the start. So we'll try again. Restack and repack. Re-rack and restack. Boone Evans, Cody Smith, we need you door-to-door coming out of 4. Outside start sets the pace. The inside starts the race. Let's go. Let's get off the fence up on the front, please. Get off the fence. Back it up off the fence. Pastor Jim's got it. Pastor Jim's got it. Here we go. Boone Evans, Cody Smith. Cody Smith out to a very nice lead. Boone Evans. Cody Smith, Boone Evans, Shepard. Three laps down, 17 laps to go. It's Cody Smith out front, Boone Evans, Shepard, Emerson, Paul White, Dabney, your top 5. Still going to be Cody Smith. About a 12-car lead. Oh, I got a couple of them around. Melee, melee, melee. Let's go. Let's get it going. Caution. We gave them every chance. Gave them every chance to get it going. 37. John Reed Jr. I got my spotter up here, Pastor Jim. Got the binoculars. It's doing all the good for me. Don't forget, next Friday night, June 3rd, kids Power Wheel races. Bring your Power Wheels to the Speedway. Power Wheels on the front stretch, on the real racetrack, next Friday night here at Heart of Texas Speedway. That's going to be June the 3rd. June the 4th, I'll be over at Abilene with the Tom Series. Cotton Bowl Speedway will be racing next Saturday night. If you'd like to see some IMCA racing, go visit Marianne and H over at Cotton Bowl. I'll be with the Outlaw Modifieds up in Abilene. I'll also be racing over at Kennedale as well. IMCA if you're up north. As I always say, I don't care what you do, you go to a track somewhere. I'm at a track somewhere just about every night. So, all right. See if we can get them relined up. We did click off 4 laps. We got 20% of the way done. That's always good. Those of you that came out earlier today for the Wall of Fame induction, thank you all for being here. Thanks for supporting the track. Cody Smith had about a 10 to 12 car length lead before the old yellow flag came out. Well, we got the field through 3 and 4, now through 1 and 2. Cody Smith, Boone Evans, Jeff Shepard, Caleb Emerson, Paul White. Dabney now down on the bottom side, Paul White up out of the groove. See if Dabney and Emerson can get by Paul White, or if Paul White has something for him on the outside. Tight racing through 3 and 4. They are barely 2 grooves wide, but more like 1.5 when they're making it work. But Paul White is up out of the groove, and that's going to let Dabney get by him. Cody Smith, Boone Evans, Jeff Shepard, Caleb Emerson, Michael Dabney. Through the field, Brandon Guerin had to start in that 12th position. That was his redraw. Up into the 9th position, but plus 3 positions so far. Obviously, he would like to do something more than that. G.W. Egbert. G.W. Egbert started 13th from the B main. Now is passing Paul White for that 6th position. G.W. Egbert wanting that hard charger. I don't think there is one, but he wants it. Now setting his sights on the 17 of Shepard. Halfway down, halfway to go in your IMCA Southern Sport Mod race. Cody Smith on a rail tonight, kids. Cody Smith, Boone Evans, Caleb Emerson, Michael Dabney, Shepard, G.W. Egbert. Cody Smith now getting up into some lap traffic eventually. The 5G and the 19 running pretty much side by side, so we'll see how he makes his way through. Cody Smith up on the tail of the 5G. 5G moves up out of the way. Stay up. Let us keep racing here. Thank you, 5G. Now moving to the outside is Cody Smith. Going to work on the outside of the 19. Going to diamond it, drive it down underneath. See if he can get by clear and free. I think he's scared of 19. free of lap cars for a little bit now. Cody Smith, Boone Evans, 15 down, 5 laps to go. Cody Smith, Boone Evans, Caleb Emerson, Michael Dabney. Two flags in the air this time by for Cody Smith. Driver of the 18S, Caleb Emerson, up into the second position. Boone Evans in third, Michael Dabney in fourth. 2 laps to go. Cody Smith has been flawless. Hold it together for 1.5 more laps. The 18S. White flag is out. Cody Smith. Feature winner, 18S, Cody Smith. Boone Evans, Michael Dabney, Caleb Emerson, Jeff Shepard, G.W. Egbert. That'll round out your top 6. Paul White will be 7th position. Cody Smith working on getting out of the race car. Brandon Guerin down here as well. That is going to be your tour champion as well. Cody Smith out of the race car. Hey, buddy. We've got to do this a few times down here between some enduros and other stuff, and it's kind of fun to do it, isn't it?
Yes, sir. I've had plenty of laps out here with all those enduros.
I mean, this car was on a rail tonight. Anybody want to thank, and anybody helped you get here tonight?
Yes, sir. I knew I had to get the jump on that start. I got to thank Robert Clark, Chris Bell, Robert Smith. Without them today, I couldn't have raced today. We had a lot of work to do after last night, and they came over and got to work and got it dialed in, and it was perfect.
Yeah, she was on a rail tonight. Good job. Thank you for being here at Heart of Texas Speedway, buddy. Cody Smith, that's your IMCA A main feature winner. And now for our All-Star Shootouts, IMCA Sport Mod Tour Champion, Mr. Brandon Guerin. We got to do this sometimes on Friday nights, but this is a little different deal tonight.
Oh yeah, this is our first tour to actually run. Thank my company I work for enough for letting me off for this. It's been a long week, but we've had a lot of fun and learned a lot. So I just can't thank everybody that helps us out enough. Drawa Incorporated, Wicked Fast Transmissions, Richard Pickens, Auto Works, Glenn Wilson, Wilson Chassis, CRS Suspension, Speed Secrets, Lakeside Ice Machines, RP Race Cars, EJ Stolen, Poor Boys Propane, my wife, my little boy, my mom and dad, everybody that helps us out. Couldn't do it without them.
Grayson wants to say hi.
I'm so glad of y'all being here to watch my daddy win.
Good job. Congratulations to everybody there. Brandon Guerin racing. Up next, your IMCA stock cars. All right, IMCA stock cars on the racetrack right now. The 84 Zach Terry on the pole. The outside, the 489 of Anthony Otkin. Inside row number 2, the 29 Marcus Harkrow. And the outside, the 03, that's Dylan the Thrill Show Smith. Inside row number 3, the 114X of Thomas Hall. And the outside, the 4JR Boone Evans. Inside row number 4, the 18 of Tim Clunch. And the outside, the 07D of Dennis Bissonette. Inside row number 5, the 37 of Jeffrey Abbey, also your points leader by 8 points. And the outside, the 165 of Eric Miles. Inside row number 6, that's your second place points, Shelby Williams, 8 points behind Jeffrey. And the outside, the 11 of Cameron Cook. Inside row number 7, the 5H Lance Hansen. And the outside, the 23 JR Chris McCurdy. Inside row number 8, the 70T of Trevor Egbert, and the outside, the 30 of Ryan Sanford. Inside row number 9, the 88 of Blake Clark, and the outside, the 28J of Justin Neighbors. Inside row number 10, the 70 George Egbert, and the outside, the 20T of Thomas Hall. Inside row 11, the 06 Hayden Hartwick, and the outside, the 21E of Alan Essenberg. Inside row 12, the 0 of Tim Carmen, and the outside, the 83 of Daryl Campbell. Lights are out. We're going green. This time by your IMCA stock car A-Main on the track. Marcus Harkrow on the bottom side. Had to get it a little rough and tough. Got a big push in that race car. Let's see if we can get it to turn and get it around the tires. Marcus Harkrow on the inside, Anthony Otkin on the outside. Yellow. Not real sure what that melee's about. I think they're hung up. Get the water hose. Once again, keep an eye on the 37, Jeffrey Abbey, and the 82, Shelby Williams. Only 8 points separate those in the Tour Championship. And as we all know, there's been a history between the Abbeys and the Williams up in Oklahoma and Texas Motor Speedway and other places. So Keep an eye on those two race cars. Harco will be out front. The 489 Anthony Otkin. The 114X at Thomas Hall Jr. 03 of the Thrill Show Dylan Smith. There we go. For JR on the outside. Let's go. Late 18 was into caution. 07 on the inside. '84 on the outside. Tim Carmen had exited the track, but we did not get a lap underway, so I guess he'll come back out. '18 to Tim Clunch gets his spot back. I'm not real sure what happened on the back straightaway. I was watching Carmen roll off and missed it. All right, lights are out. Here we go. Marcus Harkrow. Clunch on the inside. There's not a lot of room down there, drivers. Not a lot of room. Jeffrey Abbey getting his race car checked out to see what's going on. Doesn't appear to have any flat tires on it. It does appear his body could fall off at any given moment. All right. 84 into the pits, but he's back out of the hot pit, red yellow area. Cody Daniel. Hi, buddy. Oh, yeah. Those fine people will never come back to this racetrack again after seeing that, sir. Thank you. All right. We got them re-racked and restacked. Let's go racing, kids. Please. All right. David Sis says we're going next time by, I think. It's going to be 29 out front. Anthony Otkin, Thomas Hall, Dylan Smith, Boone Evans, Tim Clunch, Dennis Bissonette, Eric Miles, Jeffrey Abbey, Shelby Williams. There we go. We're having a meeting of the minds in the infield, a conference. I think they're flipping a coin. All right, David Sis says, y'all keep talking about it. We're going to go racing. The end. Lights are out. Marcus 29. What? Let's go. Marcus Harcrow with a very good start. Followed by Thomas Hall, Dylan Smith, Boone Evans. Tim Quanch, Miles, Anthony Otkin. Door to door down the back straightaway is Dennis Bissonette, and the 82 is Shelby Williams. Finally, we got 3 laps under our belts. A lot of beating and banging through 3 and 4, but they keep it straight underneath them. Otkin up on the top shelf, trying to find something to work with. Still going to be Marcus Harcrow on the bottom of the racetrack. Marcus Harcrow, Thomas Hall, Dylan Smith, Planch, Boone Evans, Miles, Otkin, Shelby Williams, Abbey, Hanson, Egbert, Blake Clark, Bissonette, Cook. Marcus Harcrow, the half a straightaway lead. We got 3, 4 sideways the wrong way, and 1 and 3 and 4. So 23. Chris McCurdy Jr. The 06, Hayden Hartwick. I believe the 20T is Thomas Hall. I think. .30 machine, Ryan Sanford off the racetrack into the hard right into the main pits. So he's done for the night. Six laps down, 14 laps to go. Tim Carmen. Zach Terry pulling it into the pits. He had a good car tonight. Better than it's looked in the past, for sure. Driver still sucks, but he had a good car. '06 Hayden Hartwick. Rolling around slow on the bottom side. Justin Neighbors' car sounds like it might have a little mist to it rolling by. Definitely didn't sound like it's hitting on all of them. All right, lights are out. Marcus Harcrow up on the front. Here we go. Abbey on the inside of Shelby Williams on the outside. Behind Eric Miles, 2 wide, about 6 deep. Abbey able to rotate the car, gets it up into the top 6 now. Lance Henson dead in the water. 8 laps down, not quite halfway for Marcus Hargrove, the 29. What? Tim Carmen going to pull it to the infield, get advice on something, I guess, or just let it die right there. Going to need a push truck for the 0. Push truck for the 0 car, please. Oh, he got it going. He must be having some kind of carburetor issues. It's been kind of spitting and sputtering and trying to keep it. Yeah, it doesn't sound good. You might want to just pull it to the infield there, Timmy. '29 out front. Thomas Hall Jr., Tim Clonch, Dylan Smith, Eric Miles, Jeffrey Abbey, Boone Evans, Trevor Egbert, Shelby Williams. All right, lights are out. We're going racing. And Marcus says, I'm not waiting. Whole shot by the 29. He cut the light. Clonch working the outside. But Marcus has a very good drive on the bottom. Brandon Guerin was mentioning that the bottom was taking some rubber earlier. And that's where they all seem to want to be. Once you get up on the outside, it's not over, but it's not good. I think that's a country song. It's not over, but it's not good. Marcus Hargrove, Thomas Hall, Tim Clonch, Dylan Smith, Jeffrey Abbey, Miles, Egbert, Shelby Williams, Blake Clark, Cook, Boone Evans, Anthony Ocken up on the berm. Eric Miles has gotten stuck on the outside and slowly but surely lost position after position. Not quickly, but he has lost position after position. "15 laps next time by, 5 to go." 15 down and 5 to go next time. Jeffrey Abbey up in the top 5. Egbert, Williams. See that coming a mile away. See that coming a mile away. Egbert got into Shelby Williams in 3 and 4. And I'm going to guess at that point Shelby's kind of conceded the fact on the points and made sure to let Egbert know his thoughts, his displeasure. Tim Carmen going off the racetrack for a second time. Egbert, Trevor Egbert letting Shelby Williams know, I'm not super happy with you right now. See how they rule that. Selby Holder going to go down and do some babysitting. You go to your corner. You go to your corner. You eat all your meat and potatoes. Oh. Looks like they're putting Shelby to the back. Jeffrey's car looks like that thing's been through a freaking war. Mangled up right front. Here we go. 15 down, 5 to go for Marcus Harkrow. Let's hold it together, buddy. Jeffrey Abbey now stuck up on the outside. Blake Clark's underneath him. Here comes Boone Evans underneath him. Here comes Cameron Cook up on the outside. "17 laps down. 2 laps to go next time." Justin Neighbors in the infield. White flag is out for Marcus Harkrow. Marcus Harkrow in the 29 machine. Held it together all of the 20 laps. Don't stuff it in the wall now, buddy. Don't stuff it in the wall in the picture lap. The rod bolts on the last lap. Y'all give it up, Marcus Harkrow! He's a little excited. Who are you hollering for? Where's Pops at? Where's Pops at? All right. Little backstory. Marcus and I was supposed to sing the national anthem this morning or this afternoon, and he says, man, I can't do it. He said, I got to work on my race car. It needs a lot of help. And by golly, somehow, some way, whatever you did was right.
Yeah, we made the adjustment before the heat. It wasn't quite what I wanted. The track went away a lot faster, but it was enough to get us in the redraw, and we got a good redraw finally. After all 4 nights of this tour, we finally got us a good spot, and we got, man, the start of a lifetime to get under those guys. Man, I got to thank my wife. She's at home. She's my biggest supporter, my biggest critic. We love each other, and, man, I love you, babe. I hope you're proud. I got to thank, man, Michael Dabney. We got DQ'd Friday at Bellway for a carburetor issue. He's like, hey, here's one, borrow it. We put it on at Kennedale, brought everything back to life, and, man, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. So I got to give it up to Michael Dabney, all my sponsors, JP Dow with the chassis setup, Kevin Stoa, KS Engineering's with the power plant, ACM Services. Nick's been a great host all week long, helping me out. Man, everybody, my family, my dad. I wish we had a crane. We could bring him over here.
I'll go talk to him in a minute. So let's take a second, take a deep breath, talk a little bit. We've got the Baby Blue coming up. Talk about that just short. We're on a tight time frame, but talk a little bit. Plug the Baby Blue Memorial that we got coming up.
So for some of you that don't know, on July 1st and 2nd, we have the Baby Blue Harcrow Memorial. That's a memorial for my mom, who passed away in 2019. This will be the 3rd year, 2020, this will be the 3rd year that it's been held. It's a $5,000 to win stock car event, pays $300, I think, to start. You'll see the same group of guys you saw tonight running hard and more. It'll bring in more guys, and as good as that show, I don't know how good it was behind me, but it felt good in the front. So y'all come back out every night for sure, July 1st and 2nd for the Baby Blue Harcrow Memorial.
Marcus, good job, buddy. I'm proud of you. Your all-star shootout IMCA stock car champion, Jeffrey Abbey. Hey, buddy. Nice job. It got a little western there at one point. I didn't know if your body was going to fall off or the radiator was going through the fan or what. How'd it feel other than that?
Yeah, when it started taking rubber in those B mains, I knew I had about an 8-point lead, so all I had to do was kind of maintain that first lap there. That car spun down there and wadded it up, man. Under caution, I could smell that right front rubbing that bumper, and I was just hoping it would make it to the end without going flat, and it did. So.
Well, nice job. Anybody helped you get here this whole week for the tour? And yeah, I know it's a long grind when you race these 4 and 5 nights in a row.
Oh yeah, I got to thank a ton of people, man. Me and my fiance, it's been us all week. My older brother, his son Sawyer, all their kids, Courtney, everybody that came with us this week to help us. My company, CRS Suspensions, KS Engineering's, Dynamic Drivelines, Supreme Vinyl Works, Industrial Instruments, hydrostatic pipe services. Man, all the guys on the side of this car, Sniper Speed, JHR, and Stop Tech, McElroy Trucking, Southern Range Logistics, Jake Henderson Racing, man, all these guys. Bill Steen Shocks, I couldn't do without them.
Excellent job. That is your stock car points championship. Congratulations for the All-Star Shootout. Up next, your factory stocks, 2 more feature events. Don't forget, next week we do have the kids' Power Wheel races right here on the front stretch. So bring your kiddo, bring your Power Wheels. Gates will open at 6, racing at 8. Hey, buddy. You going to throw the green flag for the factory stocks? What's your name?
Ryder.
Oh, you're Ryder. Yeah. Is it your birthday?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Well, you're from Houston, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, get up there in that flag stand, buddy. Do us proud. Factory stock A main out on the racetrack right now. The 88J, Jeff Blackwood. That's Flipper himself on the pole. And the outside, the 23W, Chris Watson. Inside, row number 2, Chris Davis in the 898. And the outside, Chad Ince in the 75. Ruben Broussard in the 51. Inside, row number 3. And the outside, the 04 of Justin Strain. Inside, row number 4, the 61G of Brandon Martin. And the outside, the 8H of Rowdy Hall. Inside, row number 5, the 10 of Nate Dixon, and the outside, the 55R of Rusty Head. Inside, row number 6, the 54K of Melvin Kemp, and the outside, the 40 of Michael Bowles. Inside, row number 7, the 719, Brian Schoenbaum, and outside, the 33D of Dylan Moss. Inside, row number 8, the 48 of Mike Land, and the outside, the 5M of Dustin Mooney. Inside, row number 9, the 3M, Justin Bogart, and the outside, the 25 of Michael Gannett. Inside, row number 10, 45M of Michael Copeland. The outside, the 13C of Cody Schultz. Green flag, we're down the back straightaway. It's Jeff Blackwood on the inside and the 3M on the outside. Sorry, it's a 23W. I was missing some numbers and letters. Jeff Blackwood, 23W, Chris Watson, 98, Chris Davis, Ruben Bouchard in a 51. Jeff Blackwood, 23W, Chris Watson trying to get underneath him. Careful, Blackwood. Don't open that door, buddy. Can't open that door. There you go. Shut it. Shut the door. 40 in the infield. Blackwood still down on the bottom of the racetrack, but just skates up out of the rubber a little bit. The 23 doing everything he can without wrecking him, actually doing a really good job. But Blackwood keeps skating up in 3 and 4 just a little bit, but it's still manageable, still out in the front. 6 laps down, 14 laps to go for Blackwood. Able to open up that entry and open up through the middle of 3 and 4. Got some debris down there, but I believe it's plastic. Yeah, it's plastic. Let them keep racing. Now, Chris Davis. Oh. Yeah, it's a piece of a nose piece that came off. It's plastic, but we'll get it out of the racetrack. Pastor Jim with his handy dandy binoculars. Ah, he says it's metal. I was wrong. I was incorrect. I had bad information from myself. Blackwood out front, Chris Watson, Chris Davis, Ruben Broussard in the 51. H. Rowdy Hull. One more feature race to go after this one. IMCA modified, so hopefully they can keep it together a little better than they did in their B mains. All right. Let's bunch them up, drivers. Gas them up, bunch them up. Let's go racing. Jeff Blackwood makes him wait till the end. Chris Davis with a good run up on the top side. Blackwood waited and waited and waited. And that gave Chris Davis an advantage there. I don't think he'll wait quite this long next time. Come on, Blackwood. I'm not supposed to root, but I'm rooting for you. Hey, look at those tire marks down there, Jim. They look like a ribbon, like a pink ribbon for the heart awareness or something. Here we go. Blackwood gets up out of the meet. Chris Davis, your new leader. Oh, got the tractor tire hard with the left front. It's a 10 and Nate Dixon. Chris Davis, Ruben Broussard. No, that's a 61G of Brandon Martin, my bad. Sorry about that. Michael Gannett dead up in the top of 1 and 2. I think he's going to need a toe or maybe a push or a push toe. Nope. Just need a little, maybe just need a little positive encouragement. Michael, you're doing well, son. Keep your car under you. All right. Those of you at home on Race On Texas watching this, give it up for Marcus Harkrow one more time. Your stock car win. By far his biggest win ever. I would bet you money. Good job, buddy. Thomas Hall pulling off the racetrack. Checking on Michael Gannett. Looks like, oh, turn on the dome light. That's the sport option with the dome light in it. Fancy. My race car, we had to use like cigarette lighters and work on fuel pumps and stuff. Fancy. These young kids, these young whippersnappers. All right. Chris Davis in the 98 machine. 61G, Brandon Martin, a 23W, Chris Watson. Your top three. Very good racing up front. Jeff Blackwood held him off for a while. That's why I really didn't want that caution to come out, because I was afraid once we got out of caution and he got out of rhythm, it might not end well, and that's pretty much what happened, unfortunately. Still lights are on. What do we do? Slow them down. Okay. Blackwood going off the track. Little bumper tag down the back straightaway. Chris Davis. Willis Point, Texas. Wills Point, Texas. Chris Davis. Halfway down, halfway to go. Here are factory stocks. Mike Land way up, 3 wide down the back straightaway. Trying to make something happen. Just can't. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Big pile up. Wad them all up. Wadded them all up. That was Dustin Mooney in a 5W, the 75 machine. Chad Ince. They're going to drag race down the back straightaway, see which one can get to the rear fastest. Rusty Head has a tailpiece dragging. Brian Schoenbaum's missing right front fender. He looks like a modified street stock. All kinds of carnage going on out there. Schoenbaum going to come up to the front, get his race car checked out. See how bad it is. This is where we get a sledgehammer. We beat the fender off the car. Simsic has a video of that. If you ever want to see something funny, go watch the Simsic's video of them beating the fender off a Toller's car a couple of years ago. That's what they need to do. If you don't take it to the pits right now and beat the fender off with a hammer, I'm going to be very disappointed in you, sir. All right, I guess not. Rusty Head had his tailpiece removed. Rusty had his tailpiece removed. Yeah, that's actually kind of unfortunate. Kind of unfortunate. I guess we're going to just race with the old Schoenbaum's fender hanging on. Lights. Camera. Maybe. Next week, 6 p.m. gates open, 8 p.m. races start next Friday night. Kids Hot Wheel races on the front stretch along with our regular classes. Saturday night, Cotton Bowl Speedway is racing IMCA along with their street stocks and factory stocks. I'll be over at Abilene Speedway with the Toms, so come join us. Come somewhere and watch some racing next Friday and Saturday night. Come on. I think the 61G wants to make it single file. I don't know. There we go. Melvin Kemp started 11th and is currently up in the 3rd. That's an impressive showing, too. All right, turn the lights out. Nope, next time. Got Mr. John Webb from Southern Oklahoma up here. They are racing next week, next Saturday night. So if you can't make it to, if Cotton Bowl's too far south and Kennedale's too far north or south, just going up to Southern Oklahoma. I was up there last night and they had a heck of a show. Big, fast track. The track prep was phenomenal. Oh, there we go, Chris Davis, 98 machine. Melvin Kemp picked up a push, skated up out of the groove a little bit. '61G, Brandon Martin got turned just a little bit by Melvin Kemp, a little bit by 33, Dylan Moss. It was kind of a double tapper. 11 down, 9 to go. Good hard racing back for the 2nd, 3rd, and a 4th position. This time it's going to be Brandon Martin getting underneath the 33. Big fire, red, 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 red. Looks like an axle seal maybe. All right, they didn't need a red flag after all. They probably will need a fire extinguisher though, I'm gonna guess. Oh, there we go. Whew. There we go. "12 laps down, 8 to go. Mr. Schoenbaum, I think we ought to cut our losses and take it to the trailer, buddy. We've been on fire. We lost a fender. We lost a nose piece. I think it's time we call it a night." We're gonna tow it. There we go. Anyways, back to Southern Oklahoma Speedway. They had a great show last night. Fast track, big track, multiple grooves racing. If you've never been up there, some of the best facilities you'll ever be at. So make a road trip. And very bad news, there's a casino very close by. Whatever money you want to take, you better take it with you because There are multiple casinos close by. Just FYI. Do I?
Definitely go to the casino after the race, not before.
Yeah.
You want to make sure you got money to get in.
John Webb says they don't take IOUs at the gate, so go to the casino after the races. Don't go to the casino first and then try to get in with an IOU, because that's not going to work at Southern Oklahoma Speedway. JP Dow listening in, just texted me. Welcome on board, JP Dow. 98, Chris Davis down the back straightaway. Lights are out, here we go. 12 down, 8 to go in your factory stock A main. Melvin Kemp with a very good run. Oh, guys, you got to know those cars may not turn down there like that. You can't use all 8 wheels, but 8 do turn better than 4, so do what you must. Just don't invite each other to Christmas dinner anymore, I don't think. Chris Davis out front, Dylan Moss in a 33, Melvin Kemp in a 54, the 61G of Brandon Martin. Down the back straightaway. Thanks to everybody listening in at Race On Texas All Access Pass. Four laps to go this next time by. 16 down and 4 to go. Gonna be the 98 of Chris Davis. Once he got up and around Jeff Blackwood, he has been pretty much checked out. 33D looks like he's broke. Keep it going, let's keep it green. You can do it. No. We would have hated to have exited the track at any of those exits we passed, all 3 of them, and kept it green. That would have been terrible to do. Oh well. Savannah Hughes, 19-year-old, tomorrow in about 55 minutes. Happy 19th birthday to Savannah Hughes. Happy birthday. Once again, want to thank everybody coming out tonight. Your Memorial Day weekend. Remember what Memorial Day is about. We're remembering those that paid that ultimate sacrifice. So you know somebody that lost somebody that, you know, was close, or one of their friends. Honor them. What they went through so that we have our freedoms. Now all of a sudden, all the race cars want to scuff their tires off like they're NASCAR drivers, left and right and left and right. I would have wore my arm out by now. All right, here we go. Chris Davis, Melvin Kemp. '61G, Brandon Martin. Coming to 17 this time. White flag, he says. White flag. We're cutting it at 18. This 18-lap feature. Factory stock feature winner. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The mosquito fog is free. There's no extra charge for that. In fact, if you want to go see Ruben Broussard, I'm sure he'll let you buy him some rear end grease. And he's got a wobbly right rear tire. And I think he's telling the 75, I'm not happy with you, sir. I am not happy with you. You're not invited to Christmas dinner anymore. His helmet off. Get his window net down. Climbing out. We'll get it later. Climbing out of the race car, Chris Davis, factory stock winner, driver of the 98. It took a little work to get around him and get up to the front, but once you were on a rail, dude.
Oh yeah, we only get to come out here about once a year, and on a special race like this, and everybody's always fast when we come out here, so it's a challenge getting around them no matter where you start and then staying in front. So, but we got tore down last night at Devil's Bow and wasn't even going to come because we won. So I don't know how many in a row, so they tore us down. So we got it together today at about 3 o'clock, jumped in the truck at about 6, and here we are.
Here you are. Anybody, I'm sure you had a lot of help to get you here then if you were tore down last night.
Oh, yeah, I couldn't do it without Donnie and Joseph and Dakota. Everybody helped us big time today.
Well, we want to thank you for being out here tonight. Congratulations. Chris. Bomber feature winner, Chris Davis. Ah! Factory. Your IMCA modified feature race on the racetrack now. Your A main this will be your starting grid, your starting lineup. The 42 of Bo Collins on a pole. On the outside of 39 of David Gonzalez. Inside the 35 of Jeff Emerson, and the outside the 5 of Kevin Green. Inside row 3, the 15 of Denny Gieber, and the outside the 101 Tanner Whitmore. Inside row number 4, the 60 of William Gould, and the outside the 171 of Michael Marichek. Inside row number 5, the 94 of Chris Morris, and the outside the 89 of Stephen Whitaker. Inside row number 6, the 27 of Mike White, and the outside of 77 of Garrett Gregory. Inside row number 7, the 4TW Chuck Sanders, and the outside of 54T of Matthew Day. Inside row number 8, the 7G of David Good, and the outside the 911 of Josh McGahey. Inside row number 9, the 17T of Cody Tidwell, and the outside the 6R of Jacob Perkle. Perkle is your points leader. Inside row number 10, the 178 of Tommy Davis, and the outside the 9JR of Spencer Hartwick. Inside row number 11, the 8J of John White, and the outside the 727 of Robbie Daniels. Inside row number 12, the 48 of Danny Patterson, and the outside the 7 of Steve Askew. Slated for 25 laps. These drivers have been traveling most of them since Tuesday or Wednesday to get here, or to get to Boyd or to Southern Oklahoma. Wednesday night at Southern Oklahoma got rained out. Thursday night at Grayson got rained, so they moved it to Southern Oklahoma on Thursday. So most of the drivers have been on the road since Tuesday. So a solid 6 to 8 days off work and out on the road and away from their families. So once they start rolling around, we want to show them some appreciation for the commitment they made for this tour. It's a grind to do these things. Be gone from work, be gone from your family. We got kids' graduations, we got all kinds of stuff going on, and it's a commitment and a grind to make it happen. So I want to be sure to let them show them our appreciation for what they do once it happens. Stacy Kohler, Southern Sass running across the racetrack there. You ever need any pictures? Check with her, see what she's got. There's the Bomber winner, Chris Davis, pulling off the racetrack. 98 machine. Gonna get it 4 wide for you. Get on your feet. This is what we paid the attendants for. And this is what we came for. Let them hear you all the way over there in that race car. Get your phones out. Turn your flashlights on. Let them see you up in the stands. Let them hear you, kiddos. Let them know what we appreciate, that we appreciate them. Good job, drivers. 25 laps, alcohol breathing, ground pounding modifieds. One more time as they roll by. Let them hear you. Let them see you. Come on, north side. Where you at, north side? In the middle. Where's my south side at now? Collect these flags and then we're going to get them rolling. POW MIA flag right there, carried by Josh McGahey. Marines, Navy, Air Force, Army, Coast Guard. Did I forget anybody? All right, we'll get them doubled back up. We'll give them one to go next time by, I hope, David Sisk. Somebody yell at them in the race saver. Keep their cars under them. Let's go. Once again, Jacob Perkel is your point leader. Spencer Hartwick running second, 11 points back. William Gould, 14 points back. David Good Jr., 17 points back. You could have a major shuffle up here if we just had one or two guys that had a heartbreak or something silly happen. We don't ever want to wish that, but you could have that happen. Perkel, Hartwick, Gould, Good, Whitmer. That is your top 5 in the points. Mr. Sis says 1 to go, kids, 1 to go. Oh, we got one dead on the backstretch. One dead on the back. Oh, he's coming. There we go. We got it fired up. I believe that's going to be the 7 of Steve Askew. Nice job by Askew making the A main tonight. All right. Up on the gas, up on the brakes. Let's load up the left rear and let's go racing. Collins, Emerson, Green, Geiber, Chris Morris trying to work underneath William Gould. Out front, Bo Collins, followed by the 35 of Jeff Emerson. Kevin Green in the 5 machine, and the 15 of Donnie Guyber. I'm going to say it different every time from here on out. 47, Bo Collins. Got a slow car on the back straightaway. Two slow cars. Still clean and still green, but it's still going to be Bo Collins out front, followed by Jeff Emerson, the 5 machine of Kevin Green, 15 of Guyber. Chris Morris, William Gould, Stephen Whitaker. Bo Collins really slowing down his entry into 3 and 4 to make sure his car stays down in the rubber. He got one around facing the wrong way. That car is like the exact color. Whoa. 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 That's kind of weird how that all shook out. Car that was spun around was like a perfect match to the racetrack. You couldn't even see it sitting there. It was like camouflaged. So Pastor Jim pointed out to me, and the leaders are right there on him. 5 quick laps down under our belts. It's a 9JR. Spencer Hartwick. I believe he's the one that's second in points, isn't he? Hartwick? We'd have to look, but that takes a lot of energy to click the buttons, and there's a lot going on. For TW, Chuck Sanders, Josh McGay, Michael Marichek. So it'll be Bo Collins out front. Lights are going out. They're flashing. They're out. Collins, Emerson, Green. See how Green handles the outside. Green has had some good runs the last couple of weeks, working where nobody else worked. He would go to the top or go to the bottom. Collins really putting the binders on, getting into 3 and 4 to make sure his car stays down in the rubber. Big Mike used to tell me, you got a rear bumper, make them use it. But look at the run he has down the back straightaway. He will pull him by 4 and 5 car lengths. Bo Collins, Emerson, Green, Morris, William Gould, Whitaker now underneath William Gould, 3 wide down the back straightaway. That is 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Gould able to close the door, get the spot back from Whitaker. Bo Collins, Jeff Emerson, Kevin Green, Chris Morris. 11 down next time by, 14 to go. Emerson trying to tuck his nose underneath Collins. Collins not making any mistakes, not opening that door. He as much as picks up a little 4-bar push and gets up out of the groove. It's going to be Emerson or may even be Kevin Green. $15 next time by, 10 to go. Still Bo, Collins, Emerson, Green. Emerson gets underneath Bo Collins, pulls him down the back straightaway and shuts the door. Your new leader will be Emerson, the 35 machine. Collins just skated up out of the rubber a little bit and opened that door, and Emerson pounced on it. Emerson, little bump and grind getting in. Bo Collins, and that opens the door for Kevin Green. Green now up in a second. Now we're about to get into some lap cars. 17, 18 down. 7 to go this time. Emerson, Green, Morris, 15 to Donnie Geiber. Jeff Emerson at 35. 5 laps to go. Emerson, Green, Morris, Geiber. $39. Little out of shape. William Gould helped him straighten up. 22 laps down this time. Kevin Green running second to Jeff Emerson. Chris Morris. Good run for Chris. 2 laps to go for the 35 machine. Whitaker trying to get underneath William Gould, but unable to do it. White flag is out. Jeff Emerson, Kevin Green, Chris Morris, 15 of Gieber, Willie G, William Gould. Checkered flag. Jeff Emerson's your winner.
Congratulations. Good job.
Jeff Emerson, IMCA modified winner, takes home the big check tonight. You need a ladder? Need a hand? Jeff Emerson, your IMCA modified winner. I tell you what, buddy, it's been a long time. I don't know if I got to interview you before. I raced with you. I raced against you, but this is kind of fun.
The funniest part is you race with me and we're still talking.
Yeah, we didn't even wreck each other.
First and foremost, I know everybody's leaving, but I want to thank the good Lord for giving me the ability to race, number one. Number two, I know everybody's heart's heavy for what's occurred this week in Texas. Texas is strong. I'm not trying to make light of a situation, but God is good, and he will overcome the evil in this world through situations like what we've experienced this week. Number one. Number two, we had a good track. You know, I really didn't think it was going to be that good. It ended up good. Selby did an awesome job. He did a good job this week with the tour. So, once again, thank you to Selby. My wife, son, daughter, Lewis is normally with me when we go races. He had some family issues, so he couldn't make it out. So, thank all of them. I have to tell you, W.H. Stone, it's his car that I'm driving. So, we have to say thank you to him. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for being here tonight. Congratulations, Jeff. Up next will be Jacob Perkel. That will be our shootout, All-Star Shootout points winner for the IMCA Modifieds. Out of the race car, Jacob Perkel, our All-Star Shootout Series champion. It's still on TV, buddy. Yeah, here, let's do this real quick, and then they can take all the pictures you want. You got 5 minutes and we're done. Jacob, it's a long grind. I know how it is. You got to start on Tuesday 2 weeks ago and get ready for it and then still try to work and everything else. So who all helped you to get here tonight?
Oh, shoot. Bob run by the car owner, and then pits the last few days. My wife's let me be here to begin with, but Dalton Pike, Jake, my dad, my mom, my family, Kevin Speaks, all our sponsors. We got a lot of people that helped us out.
Awesome. So we know you run at Kennedale a lot. You've been really good there. Little different racetrack here than what we have up there to work with, huh?
Yeah, I was terrible in the heat race. It put me behind the 8 ball all night, but I kind of knew the points deal. I knew I wasn't going to get up to the front on that track around the bottom, so I just tried to keep it clean, and we got it done.
Got to finish right.
Yes, sir.
All right, good job, buddy. Congrats on the big win on a points championship. Good job, buddy. All right, that's it for tonight. Don't forget, next week, got our kids' Power Wheel races. Thanks, everybody, for coming out. We will see you next Friday night at 8 p.m. Y'all be safe going home. If you've had too much to drink, call an Uber. Don't call me. I've probably had too much to drink, too. No, I'm just kidding.